Discover your new favorite Vail.
Racing, and so we're going to do about 4 different races, we'll call it, and within those races we'll have wave starts. Once again, that first one's going to be our amateur junior boys 11-12, boys 10 and under, girls 11-12, girls 10 and under. Then we'll move on to some category racing. We'll have our Cat 1 women will take to the course. We'll follow that with our Cat 2 women, Cat 3 women, a lot of age group racing here. You know, what I love about today's competition is you know, really an opportunity to race your peers. The way that they break it down by age as well as skill really sets up really creates a level playing field, and should be some pretty exciting racing to call, Jim.
Oh, absolutely, and you hit it on the head. It's a way to really sub-categorize everybody so that we're racing on a level playing field by your different age groups in your category. A lot of these folks are going to be friends, too. They're going to be training partners. They're going to have raced together a long time over the years, and now we get a chance to put them on a specially created course here, World Cup level sort of course, and they get a chance to experience at least part of some of the track, the same track that the UCI riders raced on yesterday. But a little different configuration today for the amateurs. We string the course out a little longer, if you will, than what would be a normal World Cup level course. The main course, the big course, is a little over 6 miles. And the different categories will be doing certain different number of laps on that. And then the younger riders, they race on a shorter course, again, for laps in their various categories. So we'll break it all down with each of the categories as their waves roll up and get them started. But, man, the sun's coming up. The temperature, thankfully, picking up a little bit. I was driving in this morning and dipped into the mid-30s on the drive-in this morning before the sun came out. So the racers will hot that up for us, and we got a really special day in store for everybody.
Yes, we do indeed. I'm excited to see how this 15, 16-year-old race unfolds. We saw the 15, 16-year-old men with us here on Friday in that short track competition. Big field there, and so an opportunity to see them today. This is kind of their time to shine, if you will. They'll get back out there, and the UCI racing starts at that age 17, and so, but this good opportunity to see the who's who of the future of the sport with teams like Bear National, Booger, We Racing, all of our Reno Devo, you know, kind of some of their younger athletes will be out on course today and get a good idea of, you know, what those the future of those development team looks like. And if anything, if the way the weekend shaped up, well, the future's strong.
Well, you talk about development teams. We've had a number of the best in the country here with us all weekend long, and just looking at their setups in the infield here, it doesn't look development at all. It looks straight up pro. The way that the little compounds that they've been able to build, they got mechanics, they got kids on bikes. It sounds like a beehive over there. You know, just all the activity and everything else going on. This is really, really impressive.
Beehive indeed. Yesterday, you could just hear the hum of those rollers across the venue. Yeah, it was pretty impressive as race after race these athletes were warming up. I imagine we're going to start to hear that hum again here in just a little bit. Folks, thanks for joining us this morning. We're going to get settled in over here. Looking to go live on the broadcast at about 8:25. That's in about 20 minutes. A reminder, that first call-up going to be at 8:20 ahead of our first race of the day, Day 3 of the Orange Seal Pro Cup, presented by Velocity Bike Park.
You deserve a getaway that plans itself. From fresh brews to epic views. Press pause and hit play. Grab a bite or two. Then grab a seat or three. It's just a walk in the park to your next flight. From day to night. Discover your new favorite Vail.
Deep in the Ozarks, in the state of Arkansas, something is happening. Something bold, magical, and transformative. Because when Arkansas's leading companies, nonprofits, and healthcare organizations join forces, anything is possible. Ozark Foundation and its partners welcome the world to the rugged beauty of the Ozarks and the state of Arkansas. Deep in the Ozarks, in the state of Arkansas, something is happening. Something bold, magical, and transformative. Because when Arkansas's leading companies, nonprofits, and healthcare organizations join forces, anything is possible. Ozark Foundation and its partners welcome the world to the rugged beauty of the Ozarks and the state of Arkansas.
You deserve a getaway that plans itself. From fresh brews to epic views. Press pause and hit play. Grab a bite or two. Then grab a seat or three. It's just a walk in the park to your next flight. From day to night. Discover your new favorite Vail.
Podium here, Brian at Utah.
Deep in the Ozarks, in the state of Arkansas, something is happening. Something bold, magical, and transformative. Because when Arkansas's leading companies, nonprofits, and healthcare organizations join forces, anything is possible. Ozark Foundation and its partners welcome the world to the rugged beauty of the Ozarks and the state of Arkansas.
You deserve a getaway that plans itself. From fresh brews to epic views. Press pause and hit play. Grab a bite or two. Then grab a seat or three. It's just a walk in the park to your next flight. From day to night. Discover your new favorite Vail.
Podium here, Friday, Utah.
Way that plans itself. From fresh brews to epic views. Press pause and hit play. Grab a bite or two. Then grab a seat or three. It's just a walk in the park to your next flight. From day to night. Discover your new favorite film.
Deep in the Ozarks, in the state of Arkansas, something is happening. Something bold, magical, and transformative. Because when Arkansas's leading companies, nonprofits, and healthcare organizations join forces...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to beautiful Southern California for the 2025 Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vailocity Bike Park. My name is Brandon. With me in the booth, Jim Miller. Jim, good morning.
Good morning. Glad to be back here with you, man. This is a great way to wrap up 3 fantastic days of racing. Really excited to be here.
That's right. It has been already 2 unbelievable days of back-to-back racing, and here we are, day number 3. That means amateur cross-country mountain bike day. And, man, we are excited to be bringing you that race action again live and for free on InsiderMTB.com. So if you're tuning in here, we appreciate you tuning in. You're in for a full morning of race action here in beautiful Temecula, California. That race action going to start with, we joke about this, but this truly is the future of the sport, Jim. We're going to kick things off with the age group racing with our junior boys 11 to 12 and our junior girls 11 to 12 as well as 10 and under. So this is what you're seeing roll up to the line now here shortly. There you go. That's what the future of the sport looks like. And I will tell you, if anything we've seen this weekend, that future is bright.
And love these kids, man, for sure. And I'll say this. They all have better bikes than I do, so good on them. That tells me that they're good kids. They get good grades. They're good around the house, good citizens. And mom and dad bringing them out and getting them introduced to the great sport of mountain bike racing here at such a young age. I love seeing full fields of our super juniors here. This is great.
Well, yeah, and let's see who we have on the line. They've already rolled up, but we'll go ahead and call them out. Love to see that. Racing here today with us, representing Delta Devo, Raylan Levy.
And representing San Jose Bicycle Club, Tamar Gillette.
Racing to RTJC Reno Devo, Dominic Teixeira.
Racing for 149 Hammer Nutrition, Mario Andreas Camacho Aronha.
Racing for Delta Development, Dylan McCallum.
Racing for Durango Devo, Owen Morozowicz.
For 149 Racing, Rodrigo Martinez.
Racing for Coachella Valley Roadrunners, Boaz Gritters.
And racing for the White Tank Legends, it's Torsten Bishop. That's going to be your junior boys and junior girls 11 to 12. Behind them, who we got here in our 10 and under age group?
Racing for Solo Cycling Racing Team, Christopher Preciado.
All right, there you go. We're about a minute and a half from the race start. We'll turn it over to our USA Cycling officials for some pre-race announcements. right, Jim. There we go. We're back to racing here. Day 3 of 3 at the 2025 Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail City Bike Park.
You know what's great about the juniors is this is just such good training for down the road when they as they age up and get into the higher age groups and lower categories. We're training them now how the start works, how to pace yourself during a race. This is valuable experience that these riders are getting at such a young age that will pay off for them big time down the road as they get into their teenage years.
Yeah, just getting started here today. If you're just now tuning in, start of our first race of several on the day.
We got waves all day long. It's going to be like an aircraft carrier out here, starting, taking off, landing. It's going to be a busy day of racing. Excited to bring it to you all for free, like we said, on InsiderMTB.com. If you're liking the coverage, consider hammering that donation button so we can keep continuing to bring you excellent coverage of mountain bike racing all across the country for free.
Here you go, Jim. Early on, we got a couple riders off the front just ripping around this junior course here. The course you're going to see here for this first races of the day, it's about half of the full course, and so we've appropriately shortened it for the little ones. But, yeah, these guys are making quick work of the course, and I would say course conditions pretty prime. We saw the course really come together yesterday. It's been a rainy week here in Temecula, California, really Southern California, getting some really uncommon rain this time of year. Over an inch of rain this week. We had frost advisories on Friday morning for the start of the short track. Even some of these lower foothills had snow on them early in the morning on Friday. Then temperatures yesterday got up into the 60s. Today expected to be in the 70s. And I will tell you what did change yesterday was the course conditions. And by that, what we saw and heard, I think the common reference was Velcro, about just how sticky, tacky, and perfect the track was. As it's dried out in yesterday's sunshine, and I expect even more so today, the conditions actually start to get loose out there. And we saw dust starting to kick up here in this kind of desert-like sandy, and, really it's this composition of sand and clay. But as it does dry out, and it dries out quick, I expect the course to be a little bit looser than what we've seen the first 2 days of racing.
Yeah, putting a premium on the bike handling, right? That top layer gets a little loose. You got to watch your cornering. You got to watch your the whoops and things like that, making sure you're staying in control of that bike at all times. But some great opportunity for these younger riders to get out early and be the first ones to crack the seal on today's course. This is going to be a great day of racing. We got waves all throughout the day, different categories, different age groups, bringing you some of the best racing you're going to find anywhere in the country.
Yeah, there's a great shot of the bike park here at Vail Lake Resort. And, Jim, you're familiar with the park here. Tell us a little bit about what we're seeing there on the broadcast.
Well, the beauty of this course really is there's just so much varied terrain to be able to work with. The folks here at Vailocity have done, over the past 5, 6, 7 years, have done just an amazing job of carving, creating, looking at the features and saying, hey, how can we make this a natural, flowy bike course? Over 30 miles of trails that they can configure into any different number of opportunities to build a race course. You got long endurance sort of laps if you want them. We saw probably one of the a World Cup-esque short track race here on Friday. So they've got just multiple ways to create a fantastic racing experience. And speaking with some of the racers the other day, I know they just love it because every time they come out here, whether it's just to ride and train or whether it's to pin on a number and race, they get a different course every time. And that, I think, that will tickle the fancy of any rider.
Yeah, I've heard over the last 3 years this crew just continues to build out this venue, and it just gets better and better and better. And it sets up to host local, regional, national, and international competition like this weekend's Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vailocity Bike Park.
Yeah, we talked about it the other day. We got the Olympics coming up in just a few years here. UCI, we're looking at you. This should be the place that you need to consider bringing the LA Olympic mountain bike race to, because this is a purpose-built facility, and we've got the track, we've got the course, we've got the infield. Let's do it, man. This would be the place to have it. I want to give a tip while we're here, before we get burning a little time. I want to give a big thanks to the officials, the unsung heroes, if you will, of the mountain bike racing community. They're out here early and late, in the dirt, in the rain, giving instructions, keeping everything on time and running great. So a big tip of the cap to the UCI and USA Cycling officials for whom we could not do these events without. Thank you so kindly, and look forward to working with you folks all day today.
Yeah, been a great crew to work with this weekend, that's for sure. I expect to see nothing but clean and efficient racing all day long, putting really that participant experience first here this weekend at the Orangeville Pro Cup. Shout out to the production team. There you go. So, production team behind the scenes, Justin Evans, Kevin Tucker, and others. Got that crew. Some of the crew all the way from Arkansas, myself included, came out to help produce.
Bringing in the pros, are we now? Come on.
Well, race director Ty Cady, he's a one-man band. That man is, he has done a lot, him and partners like Tom Spiegel over the years, to really keep cross-country mountain biking alive at an elevated level here in the States. But, they can't do it alone. It takes partners and it takes help. And, help Ty has. And so we're excited to be a partner for what he's doing with the USXC Open. We're a partner with him for the Fayetteville round. And that's what's coming up next. And so if you want to know where we're going after we wrap up today's race here, in 2 weeks from now, that we take the show on the road and we take it to my hometown of Fayetteville, Arkansas for round 2 of the USXC Open presented by Orangeville.
I know you guys are looking forward to that. You've got a lot to talk about and a lot to show the world, so I will definitely be excited for that round 2. You guys have got a great thing going down there in Arkansas, and I think the whole world of cycling is your eyes upon that great state down there and everything you guys are doing to raise the profile of racing here in the U.S.
Well, speaking of raising, someone raising these two good because they are off the front. This looks like the battle in our junior men's 11, 12-year-old race. We'll see if we can't get some.
Look at the speed these kids are taking this descent with. That is so impressive. Well done.
See if we can't get an eye on some race plates here in a little bit and give you some updates on the riders, the who's who of racing in this race currently underway here today. It's again beautiful Temecula, California. It's appropriately feels like spring out here now, about 50 this morning. Expected to get up into the 70s by the afternoon. Abundant sunshine, not a cloud in the sky. We're not joking. I mean, there is literally not a cloud in the sky.
Nothing like a little 35-degree swing in temperature from the morning to the midday. Huh? That's welcome to Southern California in the winter.
Well, and really nowhere to hide from that sun for these athletes, too. And some of these races are going to get long later this morning as those temperatures heat up. And, 65 degrees can feel pretty warm in full exposure for if you're pinned for an hour of cross-country mountain bike racing.
That race pace, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a lot of lowland shrub here, not a lot of shade you see right there. But great shots. Those shots being brought to you by the team at InsiderMTB.com. They've done a great job this weekend with both just the camera operators and that team just helping us create some amazing coverage of these races.
It's an impressive crew. We're just to be a little part of their world and get an insider look at what they're doing and how much equipment and personnel it takes to give you the coverage that we're able to do it. So well done, InsiderMTB.com. Those guys are doing what nobody else is doing and doing it at a really, really high level.
Well, and it doesn't happen for free. And so, if you want to consider supporting, if you like what you see, if you like the product, you like what you see, and you appreciate the fact that we've been able to bring you live and free international mountain bike racing from
two of my favorite things.
From the 11 to 12-year-olds all the way up and through the elite professional athletes, and maybe consider hitting that donate button. And appreciate any donations made today, Jim. We'll give you a shout-out on the broadcast. How cool is that? And so if you're out there and you want to give your company name a shout-out, want to give Devo Team a shout-out, want to give one of these athletes a shout-out, well, just make a little donation, and we're happy to give that shout-out live on the broadcast today. Get an idea of who these athletes are as they come through next time. Scheduled for about 3 laps of racing, but it's also about time with this race, right? So they want to, they think that we'll probably get about 3 laps of racing in for our 11 to 12-year-olds, but obviously it's time is really what we're shooting for.
Not that these kids couldn't race a longer race. We just want to make sure we nurture them appropriately, right? We know that they got all jacked up on the sugar and the Skittles this morning pregame. And this is going to be plenty of racing for them because no doubt, I bet wouldn't surprise me at all. Some of these boys and girls, they're going to a soccer game later on today. They got softball to play or maybe some football or something like that. These kids are just all over it. And it's so great to see them out here enjoying their fun on 2 wheels the way they are.
Yeah, leave them wanting more for sure. See if we can get a good look here. There's current leaders of the bike race right there. These 2 young men making good work of this course here. The Vail Bike Park.
Yeah, so hard to see with.
Our junior athletes continue to carry good speed out on course. Again, course conditions just pretty perfect today as far as just really no more moisture, not dealing with any mud out there on course like we saw a little bit on Friday. Course conditions dried up quite nicely. It's going to be, again, a little drier. Imagine the course is a little looser, but pretty characteristic of this Southern California soil.
Riders now starting to re-enter the main part of the venue just behind our broadcast position here. They'll loop themselves around a couple of the neat features, and so we still got one rider off the front there. Group of two there chasing on the main, the lead part of the race.
This young rider just turning the cranks there. There's the race happening right there. A couple of our athletes. You know, there you see that kind of elevation. There's a lot of elevation to be found out here. In this weekend, yesterday's XCO Olympic-style course that we talked about, it's about 3 miles, about half the distance of what you're going to see later today in the amateur course. It's by design. You know, it's kind of more of like a circuit race. But 500 feet of elevation with every time around. And so when we saw like our elite men, they did 7 full laps, 3,500 feet of gain during that race.
That adds up, especially at race pace too, knowing that you've got to cover every little acceleration if you intend to contend for the win. That does add up quickly.
Well, and you can see these athletes are going to find some elevation out on this course today as well. And so good chance for to see where they are in that early season fitness, right? See how they off-season wit and see where they've got that early season fitness, or a lot of times you see these athletes early in the year just riding themselves into race shape with the first couple of races.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? The first race of the year, that's the real test, right? Did that winter training pay off? Am I at the point I thought I was coming into the season right now? And you're able to kind of go at full race pace and blow out all the gunk out of the system to see, man, do I have what it takes? Do I have those legs and lungs to be able to put myself in a position to win?
Well, these young men currently off the front look like they have what it takes. And so, see, they're making their way back close to the start-finish area. I think they went through some of that Orange Seal speed and style section just now, but there's a great shot of the investment that's being made here at the Vail Lake Resort, just that sprawling trail system. Again, over 30 miles to play with for a race director like Ty Katie to, create really some really unique race courses year over year.
And that's just the main part of the course here by the infield. That doesn't take into account the rest of the 25 or 28 miles worth of track that's all out in the local area here at Vailocity Bike Park.
The young rider up and out of the saddle. That's punchy little climbs. There is a lot of this, it's got some teeth to it. I mean, there's a lot of elevation change out here, and these short, punchy riders as our leaders coming through the start-finish now. Just saw the leaders come through. We'll get you a update on that shortly. Good shot of the battle for first right there. in our amateur junior boys 11 to 12-year-old age group race. One to go, one to go, one to go for that young man. So for those tuning in, just so you know, we try to keep this is going to be looking for about a 30-minute race out here. And so for the leaders, they're going to be able to, with the pace that they're carrying, those two young men off the front, they're going to get a full 3 laps in of this course, Jim, and everyone else, they're going to be able to get 2 laps in within that time limit. And so a lot of the athletes, as they come through from here, you're going to hear the 1 to go for them, other than the 2 leaders of the bike race. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
That's all part of that bike racing experience, right? Learning what it feels like to have to go this hard in a race of this distance. And I think many of those boys and girls that are with us here today are figuring that out. And that's the test. That's the real test, is what do you got? How hard can you go? How close can you stay to the front of the race? And will you have an impact on the outcome of it? So another learning experience for our younger riders here, which is great.
Get a look at some of those athletes making their way through that Orange Seal speed and style section. Great to see lots of fans and friends and family in attendance with us this weekend, all weekend long. Yesterday, crowds were big for the UCI XCO racing. That new, they call it the over-under feature up on the hillside. They buried a Connex box up there, and that seemed to be the popular spot for the fans to be hanging out at yesterday. One to go, one to go, one to go, athletes. All right, Jim, we're going to do a quick call to staging. I think they know, but we need to do a call to staging now for all women. Going to be racing this morning. Go ahead and do that call to staging. Make your way over to that staging area. The next race scheduled to start right at 9 o'clock. It's just going to be bam, bam, bam here this morning as our amateur girls 15, 16, 17, 18-year-olds and women age group racing takes to this course starting at 9 o'clock. That'll give us their first chance to look at the full course. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
That was a super pro bottle toss right there. That looked just like you'd see on the World Cup. Love it.
Well, that last lap, you don't want any of that extra weight. You just want to get rid of it.
You got to pare it down to its essentials right now, right? And dig in all the way to the bottom to see what you got.
See if we can't get a look at our 2 leaders out here on course. I bet we'll find them here in a little bit. This might be them right here. Maybe a little separation happening out there, Jim, but they're carrying good speed out there. A couple of our athletes there working together. I think that's young Tamar there with San Jose Bicycle Club in the shot.
Justin.
I need 17 to 18-year-old ladies right up here. 17, 18, right up with me. The rest of you, if you just back up a little bit, that would be helpful.
Is 15, 16 already up front?
That is correct. I've called them. I know that everybody had their eyes and ears on me earlier.
I got a 15, 16 that needs to.
Okay. Slide her up. This is the Cat 1, 15 to 16-year-old ladies should be up on the line right now. Ladies, listen up. I need your eyes and ears right here. Are you 15, 16? Ladies, if you would let them through. 15 to 16. Cat 1, 15 to 16-year-old ladies are supposed to be on the front. Is that you? Cat 2. What time were you supposed to start?
9 o'clock.
Correction, all 15 to 16-year-old ladies are to be up here in the front. Right over here. Ladies, I got a gap for you. Okay, if you are Cat 2, my apologies. I was misinformed. This is just the Cat 1. Yes. Cat 3, just... Cat, I...
Get a look at some of our
So you've got this group, 15, 16, they are good to go.
Are we starting all at the same time?
Michael, this group of 3 is your 17, 18. So are they starting on the same whistle?
All right, looks like our USA Cycling officials doing a little sorting of this next wave.
Okay.
As we look over here, the broadcast here, see our athletes out here still riding strong. You can see there the shot. They've got a separate start chute from the start-finish line, and so this is, you see this is quite often allows us to stage the next races as races are unfolding. And so, like I said, going to go bam, bam, bam here this morning at the Orange Seal Pro Cup. And up next going to be our women racers taking, looks like on the front there is going to be the Cat 1 girls 15-16. That's the, you're going to see these young women move up in the ranks to the 17, 18-year-olds.
And nice to put a focus on our female racers, and a big wave of them about to start ready to tackle this course as our first wave is just about ready to finish. We got some riders that are going to start approaching the finish line here not too far off. But we're about to unleash all of our younger women's racers, Cat 1, Cat 2, Cat 3, all in the teenage years. Looking forward to watching them take it up. And then the women up in the age groups following them are going to be next out on the course at 9:04. That's one of the real beauties of cycling, is that you can categorize down into a group of folks that's right in your age group and ability.
Yeah, USA Cycling does a really good job of categorizing the racers by both age and skill, encouraging folks to race their peers in these competitions.
Our officials are doing the hard work now of all the cat herding, if you will, making sure we got people in the right group, starting off at the right time in the right categories, and making our playing field as level and fair as possible.
There's a good look at the junior boys and girls out on course there. I think that's our race for first there. Looks like there's some separation now between first and second.
Got a nice note in from my friend Joy McCulloch, our leaders out on course. Ryan Levy's a great little BMX racer and done a lot of local over the hump and quick and dirty races. And Raylan, his racing competitor out there, is also a Fort Ord racer in cross country and even cyclocross nationals. So these kids out here at an early age riding all the bikes. We love it.
Yeah, Raylan Levy, part of that Delta Devo team. I'm going to let this race wrap up, I know, and then we'll get the next races underway. You're seeing only about half the race course with this first race as the 11, 12, and 10 and under boys and girls just doing portions of that course as they make their way through that. You know, could be a double, but for them, they're just it's a feature they pump through as the race is on here. This young rider electing to take the beeline around that feature right there. We saw this same section be part of Friday's short track competition.
These two, a lot of our Devo team racers that have been with us all weekend long, getting a chance to race a little longer course. And
there comes
that's my man Raylan,
race leader right there.
He's got one to go. He's got one.
See if we get a good idea of like the split here. And this comes the chaser. It does look like their day is done. Looks like those two leaders are going to get the opportunity to go out and do one more lap. Everyone else, as they make their way through, that's going to be the end of their bike race. So
all right, Vail Valley, let's give it up for these girls. They've got about 2 minutes to start here. 2 minutes to start. Once again, ladies, thank you so much for your patience as we find our rhythm this morning. Really appreciate it. We are 1 minute to start. 1 minute to start. Thirty seconds. "15 seconds. Let's make some noise. Go.
All right, there we go. Next wave of racers underway. This is our Cat 1 girl, 15, 16-year-olds. This is it's going to be a pretty fast race, I have to imagine. This is we saw some of these ladies participate in the short track race on Friday. Now they're back with us here today to race this cross-country course here at Vail Bike Park on Sunday morning. Nice clean start as you see them mostly all together as they make their way through what is the start of a 2-lap race. Great to see that clean start. You know, yesterday we did have some stuff right at the start. At one point, one of the bikes was pointing the wrong way here at the start-finish line. Had a big field of our junior men.
This is part of that learning experience, right? Got to know which way the course is going.
One minute to start, ladies. 1 minute. Once again, you guys, can't thank you enough for your patience as we find our rhythm this morning. Looking forward to some good racing here. And again, just correction, you're doing 2 laps. 2 laps. 30 seconds to start. Anytime within the next 15 seconds. Go.
All right, that's our Cat 1 women, 17, 18-year-old age group race taken to the course here. They're going to go out and do 2 full laps.
Next category up will be our open women. You guys will be doing 3 laps. 3 laps.
Yep. Next up looks to be a combined start for our Cat 1 women. Good look at this.
1 minute to start. 1 minute to start. Thirty seconds. 'Anytime in the next 15 seconds. Go. All right, you spectators, time to wake up. You guys need to make some noise for these ladies that are out here early. Come on, man. Let's cheer them on. This next group is our junior women. They'll be doing 2 laps. 2 laps on the course.
Next up does look like it's going to be our junior girls, 13, 14-year-old age group race.
It's great to see such a big field of our junior women out there. I noticed a couple of national championship stripes along the sleeves of some of the racers in the call up there, so that's impressive to know you got some of the best that you're racing against.
1 minute to start. 1 minute to start. 30 seconds. Anytime within the next 15 seconds. Go.
And off they go. Great crowd here, waking up early to come out and cheer these athletes on. Thanks for being here, folks. The moms and dads, the family and friends, the lifeblood of the athlete, the supporters. Love it. Thank you so much. Then again, some of them didn't really have a choice because they're the drivers too, right? They're the drivers, they're the mechanics, feed bag feeders.
Some of our young athletes finishing up their race earlier today. That was Tamar Galat with the San Jose Bicycle Club coming across the line.
1 minute to start for our Cat 2 15, 16-year-old ladies. They'll be doing 2 laps. Thirty seconds to start. Any time within the next 15 seconds. Go.
Got the international flair of the vuvuzela out there and some cowbells, some of the favorite sounds of cycling. Here's what I want to know. I know we got a lot of our Devo team racers in these races here right now, and Donovan Racing chief among them. Typically when they come to town on an event like this, they're going to take over a big house and have a big compound to keep everybody together. I want to know the over-under on pints of ice cream consumed by these kids in the course of the weekend. I bet that's close to mid-30s, the selection of the choices that they got out there and all the kids they got to feed. I'll be curious. We're taking bets.
Deanna Ross, if you can hear me, come to the finish line, please. Deanna Ross.
All right, folks, and if you're tuning in on InsiderMTB.com this morning, thanks, as we got a lot of those waves underway. We'll be able to catch you up on the race action at this point. We have a lot of races going on course at one time. See if we can't chase down the leaders of this Cat 1 girls 15 to 16-year-old race. That's going to be action-packed out there on course. That was a big field. One we'll try to catch you up on is some of the top athletes in this wave. But again, it's a 6-mile course, so they're going to be out there for quite a while each and every time. Looking at the results of our junior boys and girls from earlier as they came through, does look like Raylan Levy with Delta Devo taking the win there for our junior boys 11, 12-year-olds. I think Tamar Galat taking the win for our girls 11 to 12-year-old age group race. So congrats. We'll see them on the podium here in a little bit, Jim.
We got to Christopher Preciado taking junior boys 10 and under, a one-man category, if you will. I love that. That is proof of life that sometimes the best way to get through life is just show up, right? One-man category, you finish, you win it. Nice job, Christopher. Well done, sir. Big future ahead of that young man.
All right. All right, getting a look. I think they're the lead, maybe the leader of our. See if we can't pick out some race plates here out on course and give you an idea of who's who and who's where. That look right there on screen looked like that was Wesley Nave with Tribe National making her way along the course. Bright and sunny here today, including in the announcer booth. And so as we squint to see if we can't, too, pick out the athletes you're seeing on your screen. Right there, young Ruby Styron in that junior girls 13 to 14 age group race out there mixing it up.
Just to demonstrate how spectator-friendly this race course is, just on the other side of the infield, as you look a little bit to the south, you see the riders snaking their way through that section of course and up a really punchy little climb to take them out on the back half of the main lap here. So another testament to the great facility that is the Vailocity Bike Park, is that it's very spectator-friendly, places to easily walk to and get to watch and cheer on your favorite athlete. Of course.
Rider 429 there. Riley. Rider 429 there, Riley Aves. But once again, we want to thank everybody for joining us here at the Orange Steel Pro Cup, day 3 of 3. For what's been a pretty exciting weekend of racing here in beautiful Temecula, California. Again, sun is shining today. It is warming up quick out here at the venue. It was, like I said, pretty chilly this morning, Jim, on your drive in, but well, that chilliness it's out of the air now, my friend, because it is warming up quick.
Yeah, it's only going to get warmer. We're going to have about a 30-degree temperature swing today from the start of the morning to the peak of the temperature. So riders coming on a little later today are going to have a much different experience than the folks that went out this morning, because it was in the high 30s when I rolled into the venue this morning, and I don't think we got too much higher than that before the first race rolled off. But as we've said several times, just abundant sunshine and super clear skies, and doesn't look like much to wind not to be a factor just yet.
Yeah, there was Aubrey Peterson there with the Reno Devo making her way along the course.
Our women taking center stage now. All the women out on course right now. All age groups represented, all categories represented, tackling this fantastically prepared and well-marked course today.
Yeah, Aubrey part of that Cat 2 girls 15-16 age group race here this morning. USA Cycling categorizes athletes where they are in their skill set by a category 1, 2, 3. There's also an open category, but most racers that you see out here will be able to let you know Cat 1 is going to be some of the best riders in their age group, and Cat 2 kind of mid-pack, and Cat 3, well, that's meant to be that big, something for the beginner, someone just getting into the sport of mountain biking, and we have all three categories represented on course right now.
The course big enough to be able to hold that many number of riders and be able to let them race unencumbered for the most part, so easily to spread out. And as is often the case with a mountain bike race, there's just so much intensity, so much firing off the line that it does tend to string out pretty quick. Riders finding their slot in the spot and being able to stay in the place that they need to stay and be able to race themselves back into it if need be. Check, check, check. Copy. Okay, thank you.
Go working through a little technical. Shout out to Austin and crew solving all of our broadcast needs. We could be a little divas here in the booth and ask, and Austin answered for us. Part of that Insider MTB.com crew. Again, thanks for tuning in live today. Day 3 of 3 here. Beautiful Southern California in the 2025 Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail Bike Park. This is the season opener for most of these athletes, Jim. I mean, this is really the first chance they've had to get their racing, kind of see where they're at in their off season, where their fitness is.
Real beauty of SoCal racing, too, my friend, is that we're racing all year round around here. We wrapped up the quick and dirty season beginning of December, and here we are now just the beginning of March racing again. So we're grateful and lucky to have the type of weather and the terrain that we need to be able to race virtually all year round. But, yeah, I'm proud to host the kickoff of the season of USXC Open and the Orange Seal Pro Cup, all kicking off here at Vail Bike Park and really just firing off the season for the racing here in the U.S. And I know many of the World Cup racers looking forward to Brazil here in just a few weeks, but in between that and now, we're going down to Arkansas for round 2 in just a couple of weeks.
That's right. The show goes on the road to beautiful Fayetteville, Arkansas. That is next up in the USXC Open. That's presented by Orange Seal. And it's the U.S. Pro Cup. That round presented by Walmart. It's that stop in Fayetteville, Arkansas for round 2 in the series. That's going to be March 19th through the 23rd. It's 4 action-packed days of racing over 5 days and features the only UCI 8-seed level competition in the United States this season. So, really between California and Arkansas, what an opportunity for these athletes based in the States to scoop up those critical UCI points before heading to Brazil and the start of that World Cup calendar you just mentioned.
You guys got that Walmart involvement down there. That's a fairly well-known organization, I think, and good to see that they're putting their time and effort and money into the growing the sport. So much thanks. Any brand that decides to jump in and lean into this sport, we give much credit to because we need it. I would say too that the folks that are involved in it, they support those brands. So many thanks. This happen in a vacuum. They need the support of the industry and non-endemic sponsors as well. So much gratitude for those folks for reaching out and getting involved in the great sport.
Well, much like you see here at this beautiful bike park, that investment's being made in Arkansas as well. And so it does take support of both corporate and a lot of organizations investing in outdoor recreation in the state of Arkansas, and a lot of organizations and companies investing in this weekend. So quick shout out to some of our sponsors supporting this weekend's Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail Bike Park, including Orange Seal, the official sealant of the U.S. Cup and trusted by more pros than any other brand. Knockout Flats with just one scoop. John Vargas, owner, was here with us this weekend. Had a chance to sit down with him, have a conversation with him on camera on Friday. That was pretty interesting to hear the story of what Orange Seal, not only what they do for the industry and the product that they create, but what they're doing to support development teams that you see with us here this weekend, and then events like this weekend's Orange Seal Pro Cup.
And it's not just the sealant. John's got a batch of coffee that'll change your life. You get over there to see him at his van, he'll make you a cortado that'll just set your day off on a good foot. And I'll speak a little bit, too, if I can, about the Orange Seal product itself. I'm a huge fan of tubeless, been a tubeless for a long time, road and dirt. I was out on my road bike the other day. Of course, I'm loaded down with Orange Seal. And I caught a flat that was what had to be like a pavement screw. and super sharp, edgy. It punched straight in, almost punched through the rim itself. I stopped.
Yeah, this won't go to the
pulled it
broadcast.
out, got just a brief blast
It'll go
of
to the
air,
broadcast,
rolled
but
it
it
to the
won't
bottom,
be
and that thing
as
sealed
bad.
up just like that. Much thanks
so
to
he'll hear
Orange
the
Seal.
waves
If
going
you're
off.
running tubeless, which you should be, and you're not running Orange Seal, you're doing yourself a disservice because it's the best product out there and will keep you rolling and racing just fine.
Well, speaking of racing, there's the race action happening out on course. Two of our Bear national team athletes working together, it looks like. Been calling that crew all weekend long. That development team doing a great job getting all these racers ready early in the season. There we get a look at our, I think, what is the leaders of one of several races happening on course right now.
This will be our first call for the podium for our first wave of the day. 9:30 a.m. call to podium for our junior boys and girls 11 to 12 and the 10 and under. First call to podium, that'll be at 9:30. I'm hard of hearing as it is, so.
All right. Get a good look of some of the action out on course. be a race there between Bear National teammates. Racing happening all over the venue right now. Again, about a 6-mile course, about double the size of yesterday's Olympic-style XCO course, and that's by design. Those XCO courses meant to be a little shorter, about 5 kilometers or 3 miles in distance, more of a circuit-style race, and this is more traditional cross-country. The courses tend to be a little bit bigger, allow more athletes out on course at a time. As you're seeing right now, we've got several races happening at one time. Lots of battles happening out there, Jim. There's a couple of our riders right there. Looks like that was Ellen Sproul with Team Booger. And Ava Silva with Bear National Team. Part of that Cat 1 Girls 15-16 age group race.
All right, now just a couple of minutes away from our first podium of the day. We're going to do that at 9:30 over at the Orange Seal Pro Cup podium. So make your way over there, and we'll knock out that first batch of podiums from our first wave of the day. As long as we know they're official.
Great shot of the venue there as you see, once again, several races unfolding here on course at one time. And working through it all this morning, we'll find our groove. But on course right now, you have your Cat 1 Girl 15-16 age group race happening, as well as 17-18-year-olds. You've got age group racing for all of our Cat 1 women, as well as our junior girls 13-14, our Cat 2 girls 15-16. And age group racing for both Cat 2 and Cat 3 women, all out on course at one time. And here in a minute, we're going to get you'll hear us call some winners of our first races of the morning, and those 11, 12-year-olds and 10 and under. Doing a little bit of everything here today in the Orange Seal Pro Cup. Some of our riders make their way through the start-finish for the first of a couple laps out on course. Looks to be Jane English, that Live Southwest Racing team, setting the pace there. Jane, part of that Cat 1 Girls 15-16 age group race. Wonder if that's not the more riders making their way through. Yeah, it does look like Ava Silva currently setting the pace for that Bear national team in that Cat 1 15, 16-year-old age group race for the women. And teammate Leah Morozowicz currently setting in second. Currently in third, that first time through, Nora Cruz with that Hatch Toyota racing team. Saw Nora find success there in that short track race on Friday. A lot of the field making their way through for the first of 2 laps in that Cat 1 Women 15-16 age group race here this morning. Looks like Ruth Knox is going to make her way through the start-finish here shortly. She's on approach for that part of that Donovan Racing squad. Currently setting the pace for that women's 17, Cat 1 women's 17 to 18-year-old age group race. Got more racers making their way through here. Caitlin Cook currently setting it first in that 19 to 29 age group Cat 1 category. All right, let's get that podium called, shall we? Give me just one sec. All right, I think we're ready to get those podiums underway. All right, here we go. Looking at the results from the first round of racing here this morning. We had our junior boys 10 and under competition, a race of one, racing for Solo Cycling Racing Team. Put your hands together for Christopher Preciado. Young Christopher. Once again, looking to get our podiums done for this early morning races. And so if you're a part of that junior boys 10 and under, that junior boys 11 to 12 or junior girls 11 to 12 field and finished in the top 3 in your category, start making your way over towards the podiums. I think up next we'll do our All right, reminder, course is closed for all those, anyone other than the racers. And so if you're not part of today's race action or not part of the current race, you're not allowed to be on the course. And that's a quick way to get disqualified if you're here to race later in the day. So please help us protect the integrity of the race course and keep this racing lines clean for these athletes out on course right now. Looks like there we go. There's young Christopher. Great job, Christopher. All right, let's do our junior boys 11 to 12. Oh wait, he's got to get the shot. See, that's how you do a podium shot. Good job, Dad. Shout out to the families supporting these young athletes. They're everything from their personal nutritionists to their Uber drivers. Get a shot there of young Christopher. All right, junior boys, 11 to 12. Going to go top three here. In third place, racing for Delta Development, it was Dylan McCollum. In second place, racing for Durango Devo, Owen Morozowicz. And taking the top step in your junior boys 11 to 12-year-old age group race this morning, representing Delta Devo, Raylan Levy. Arms up, gentlemen. Great job. And I think we had one more in our junior girls 12 and under age group race. Representing San Jose Bicycle Club, if I'm not wrong, taking the top step was Tamar Gilat. Mixing it up out there. Thanks for joining us this weekend. Making the trip from San Jose. All right, first of several podiums on the day, done and dusted as we look back at the race action on course. Can't get an idea of current leader right there of our Cat 1 15-16 age group race. That's going to be Ava Silva, part of that Bear National team. Ava having a good race today on her final lap out there, looking to take a win here at this weekend's Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail City Bike Park. Great shot there of our leader. She's really turning the screws on that bike today. She's out there, got clean air and been able to shed the competition. Teammate was on her wheel for quite some time, but looks like young Leah, also part of that Bear National team, not able to hold the wheel of Ava, and Ava's been able to create that separation, and it's, again, that's a scheduled for a 2-lap race, so this will be her final lap as she makes her way through this 6-mile course. Big field of women athletes joining us here this morning. Love to see that. Love to see all fields well represented here this weekend. And
it doesn't go unnoticed that the women's field has been growing over the years, and that's fantastic. We need that. We need that balanced representation, and such a great sport to get involved in. So it's really great to see the women growing the field sizes and becoming better cyclists and moving up in the categories like that. So much gratitude. Thank you very much.
Yeah, NICA helping spur that growth on in the women's fields, we know, as they've got really that investment being made across the country and in junior women development and sport. And so exciting to see that, organizations like NICA and states across the country are introducing mountain biking to young women at as early as ages 5th grade now, Jim. And they got programs built within NICA like GRIT, designed to engage girls with the opportunity to ride a mountain bike and experience, the camaraderie that comes with being part of a mountain bike team. And, it really has spurred this new growth in junior youth development across the country. And, I know here in California they've got multiple leagues because there's just so many kids partaking in it. And Arkansas, where the round 2 of the U.S. XC Open's headed, also has a pretty strong NICA league developing. Just this last year, so many athletes and student athletes, they had to separate the league, which I know is pretty common as these leagues grow. But Arkansas is just a good sign in the health of the future of the sport of mountain biking. And shout out to NICA across the country and all the league directors that helping make that possible.
Yeah, good problem to have, right? When we have to start splitting geographic areas into 2 different leagues of younger racers like that. And big tip of the cycling cap to all the folks that work with NICA regionally, locally, wherever your hometown is, and helping grow the sport. That's really fantastic, and it's been a real great pleasure to watch the increase in ridership, the increase in the number of races out there, race days. I'm a little biased, but hanging out at a bike race is way better than some big soccer pitch somewhere, a dusty softball field out in the middle of nowhere. Much better camaraderie, more fun to have, way more fun to do it out here racing your bike.
Yeah, then we're going to shot some of our athletes. The backside of the course here, another athlete. Trying to pick out her number there on screen. See if we can.
And that is one of the real beauties of cycling, too, is that the amateurs can do the same thing on the same courses as the fastest riders, as the pros, as the elite level riders get to do. That's very rare in sports these days. You can't exactly go shag fly balls at Dodger Stadium or take batting practice, but you can certainly come out and ride the same course that Chris Blevins, Riley Amos are racing on and be part of the same thing, use the same equipment and be able to.
All right, looks like we have a injured rider on course being helped out by some fellow racers. That's always good to see. Fellow riders helping that downed athlete as she's off to the side of the course. Looks like they did get tangled up there. And
That's first and second? Yeah, that's first and second.
That's a first and second. Getting tangled up there. Sorry, apologies. There's first and second. Rider 351. Okay, good to see that she's back up and standing up. That's always good to see. Maybe 357, sorry. Avery Morris with KBP Coaching. Part of that junior girls 13 to 14-year-old age group race. But just good to see Jim. She's back up on her feet and hopefully can get back on her bike under her own power, or at least be able to exit the course under her own power. Always good to see. I mean, they're obviously, like most sports, there is a hair risk to the sport of mountain biking, but typically great to see that, the camaraderie with the sport when you have an athlete goes down, that another athlete's, and that's very common in this sport, to check on others. We're just one big family out here, Jim.
That's the word I was just about to use. It is a family sort of operation, and everybody knows that on 2 wheels you are already inherently unstable. So one of the unfortunate elements of riding bikes, and certainly racing bikes, is those crashes do happen. We'd hate to see it, but it's super nice sporting camaraderie there to play on behalf of those two racers there.
You know, someone told me one time that scientifically they don't even quite understand how a bicycle works. It's like it doesn't really kind of break some of the laws of science in the sense of, like, being able to ride on two wheels like we're seeing right here.
Yeah, it's what the old saying, it's not so much if, it's when, right? Everybody's going to have that unfortunate unplanned dismount. And sometimes that comes in the middle of a race when you least need it or certainly expect it.
Another rider making her way through the start finish here. Looks to be Riley Alves, part of that junior girls 13 to 14-year-old race. Looks like she's currently sitting about 15th in that 13-14 age group race, a little bit out of the top 10. We get a look there. Some of the more riders on the course. Again, big course, 6 miles, so a lot of course to cover. But shout out to the crew here at InsiderMTB.com for bringing us this action live and free all weekend long at the Orange Seal Pro Cup, presented by Vail City Bike Park.
Yeah, with the amazing coverage these guys have with the drones up in the air and the 4 or 5 different camera locations, there's not too many pieces of this course that we're not able to see and show you you folks at home or wherever you're watching us the beauty of not only this course but the hot racing action that's out there on it. And we're just only our second wave of racers into the day here today when the amateurs are taking center stage and showing us off what they got to do on some of the same courses that the UCI racers raced on just yesterday.
Does look like unofficially Raya Saperston, part of that Wild Rockies Racing, taking the unofficial win in that Cat 3 women's 15 to 18 age group race. Again, everything we say is officially unofficial. We'll let the officials sort all that out, but we do have a little bit of technology that helps us kind of pick out the action and know when a rider is finished on her race. And
I like to preface everything I say with that anything that comes out of me is officially unofficial, because I'm of no importance to be able to make anything official about anything, including the stuff about me.
Yeah, that Wild Rockies development team out of Idaho. Got a chance to chat with one of their directors this morning, actually, as we were in line to grab a cup of coffee here at the venue, and excited to be out here racing this weekend, and then excited to be heading to Fayetteville here in a couple weeks.
The thing about most of these Devo teams is that it's an absolute labor of love for the folks that are behind it. It's not so much a business as it is just the opportunity to give back, help grow the sport. They pull together the sponsors. They're the ones packing the van. They're the ones driving it across country to the different races and stuff like that, all the while holding down important day jobs that are outside the world of cycling and still doing everything they can to grow it, nurture the young athletes, put them in the best possible positions they can, both equipment, training, nutrition, mindset, and everything else. So well done. We really appreciate the Devo teams and those that operate them.
I think that was a shot there of Ava Silva, current leader of your Cat 1 girls 15, 16-year-old race right there, representing Bear national team. Reminder, if you like what you've seen this weekend, we are, we're finding our groove a little bit this morning, but we'll get there for you. And if you're tuned in on InsiderMTB.com, hit that donate button. You like what you see? Well, we'll give you a shout-out on the broadcast, like a shout-out to this folks that have supported the broadcast this weekend with that donate button. I want to give a special thanks to the Durango Bike Project, Jonathan F. Harris, Gabby Castellana, Nicholas Triani, Paul Doobie, Aaron Thal, Jeff Hartz, Bailey Merlin, Kirk Webster, Matthew Wolf, Douglas Bruns, Camila Montgomery, Repack Racing, and Wrench and Roll, all supporting the broadcast this weekend. So appreciate that. A little tip of the hat to those that are helping out, as well as Edmund Morrison as well. So appreciate supporting the coverage. Love the opportunity. What an amazing opportunity to bring international mountain bike competition to the world on this Inside MTB channel. Really unprecedented, not, really underrepresented in coverage is the sport of mountain biking here in the States. Most of the World Cup racing happens overseas, and so, you don't get the opportunity to televise a lot of the race action and really give these athletes a time to shine and to show off their skill sets and to, celebrate the development that's happening in the sport of mountain bike here in the United States. And at this point, Inside MTB is leading the charge and helping us tell that story, Jim.
Yeah, God love them, because, man, finding the cycling coverage is hard these days, if not really expensive when you do. And even then, it's split amongst 3 or 4 different type of streaming services. So to have it live and for free, to be able to come right blasting at you wherever you're watching it is a real treat. And we're grateful to be able to have a front row seat at the action here to call all this super exciting cycling to bring it to the masses this way.
Yeah, there was the young Leah with that Bear national team and that part of that Cat 1 girls 15, 16-year-old age group race. And that currently Ava Silva is your leader in that race. Saw Ava on Friday in the short track, and she's back out here leading the race today. Comes the winner of our women 15, 16-year-old age group race, crossing the line. Hats off to Ava Silva. Sorry, Leah Morozowicz coming across the line first. Ava Silva in second. Here comes Nora Cruz coming across the line for that Hatch Toyota Racing Team in third. right, watching the finish of some of our Cat 1 15, 16-year-old racers, but still racing happening on the course. And we got some more racing coming right up. As we up next on the day, next wave of racing scheduled for a 10:20 a.m. start. So here in just about 24 minutes, we're going to get that next racing underway, and we'll get that call to staging here shortly, right at about 10:05. Got some more racing happening there out on course. See some fans cheering some athletes along out there. There's that over-under feature. A little shot of that. It was showcased a lot in yesterday's XCO race, and so is this part of the course. Is that what we've called the Orange Seal Speed and Style section of the course? You can see why there, as they just make their way fast and flowy through this section of the course. Part of those little rock garden right there. A little bit of everything out here at the Vail Bike Park. There's that over-under feature we saw showcased yesterday as a rider makes her way through it and down that rock garden. Same rock garden that those elite athletes were tackling yesterday. Great shot of some of the purpose-built features here on the backside of this course. Some more riders on approach to the finish line. To be wrapping up their race. Does look like that was Ellen Sproul with Team Booger coming across the line in fifth. That's going to round out your top five unofficially in our Cat 1 Women's 15, 16-year-old age group race. We had Leah Morswich with Bear National Team, Ava Silva in second, Nora Cruz in third, Addison Green with Delta Development in fourth, and Ellen Sproul in fifth. Bates Brooks just came across the line as well, part of that Charge Racing crew.
Now starting to feel a bit of weather entering the chat, if you will. The wind making its first appearance of the day. And contrary to what was happening on Friday, which was a right in the face of you headwind coming down the finish chute, this one is a little more cross tailwind now for the riders as they point themselves towards the finish line. We'll see how that develops throughout the day, because wind can certainly be a factor to any bike race if it starts to pick up and creates a much tougher condition for everybody.
I welcome it a little bit today. It's definitely warming up out here at the venue, and here in the announcer booth, we're also getting a little bit of that sunshine gem, starting to feel it, so a little wind doesn't feel too bad as it makes its way through the venue here.
Welcome to California, my man. We don't complain too much out here. We get a little bit of wind and rain. Temperatures in the high 40s. We start to grumble a little bit, but for the most part, this is our weather pattern. We're grateful for it and be able to showcase the great racing that goes on here in Southern California.
A couple more racers just coming across the line there. Look, here's a race for position between Elizabeth Lindsay and Jane English, I think, coming across the line there, racing it out for the representing Live Southwest Racing Team and About Racing. Taking it all the way to the line. All these athletes are, Jim, up and out of the saddle there as Willa Cromwell with Tribe Racing.
Leaving it all out on the course. That's what you want to see, racing right to the line.
Yeah, finishing that Cat 1 women's 15, 16-year-old age group race right at about the 1 hour mark.
Coming up next, our men are going to take center stage in the next wave of racers today. And I just saw my good friend Brian McCulloch row through the infield there, looking ready to race and resplendent in his national championship jersey. He's got 2 of those from winning them last summer, and always top notch and running his great coaching entity with his wife Joy, Big Wheel Coaching. So it'll be fun to watch him race here in a little bit.
Yeah, I like to see those stars and bars with us all weekend long, including in the age group category races here today. You see an athlete out there in those stars and stripes that recognizes them as your current national champion in their age group.
I think that's one of the coolest things about cycling is the jerseys, right? Tour de France has theirs, but all disciplines of cycling have theirs respectively, and depending on the way you want it, you get to wear it for that year and then forever on, represented on the sleeves of your jersey, either your country or perhaps the international rainbow stripes of the world champion.
Well, speaking of champion, there's Anna Morswich with Durango Devo taking the unofficially looks to have taken the win in that 13 to 14-year-old race out here. Congratulations, Anna.
The Morozowicz family representing really, really well here today. Nice job.
Yeah, they've I'm not sure how many of them there are. We've been calling their names a lot. I mean, that could be a large squad of kids. Big family.
First family of junior cycling out there. We love it. Well done, folks.
More athletes on approach here. Harley Graff coming across the line. There's Ruth Knox coming across the line. Looks like she's just took first in our Cat 1 women's 17, 18-year-old race, representing Donovan Racing. Congratulations, Ruth. Caitlin Cook crossing the line. Looks like she's got one more lap to go. Our athletes finishing strong here. Casey Haynes, Sydney Simus coming across the line as well. Sydney taking second unofficially in our Cat 1 women's 17, 18-year-old age group race out here. Casey crossing the line, part of that Wild Rockies team we were talking about a little bit ago from Idaho.
What you got?
Getting a look there at some more of our athletes on course. Like she might have a little dirt on her side there. Might have gone down at some point. Again, we've seen some early race crashes here. Another athlete comes across the line there. Alexandria. Going to be P2 for her in that 13 to 14-year-old age group race, part of that Delta Development Monster Army crew. But, yeah, we saw a spill out there on course, and we talked about it earlier. Course conditions have changed throughout the week. On Friday, I felt like we went through 3 seasons out here during that short track competition. We had a frost advisory in the morning, and then the sun came out. It got to about 50, and then next thing you know, it started raining at the start of that junior boys 15, 16-year-old age group race, and the wind picked up. And, it was a day, Jim.
It was evolving all throughout the day, too, making challenging conditions for some of the racers early on, nice and tacky, like you said. And I think, too, over the course, since the rain did abate after Thursday night, a little bit into Friday, that top level, that top little piece of dirt has become a little looser, so that front tire is going to track a lot differently than it did before. So these riders today riding a course that's a little bit different than they might have ridden on Friday.
Yeah, conditions are changing as they, of course, is drying up nicely and starting to get a little loose out there. And I think that's what's changing. As we said, on short track conditions, we're definitely like course conditions. They referenced them as Velcro, as we've said, and just meant that soil conditions was nice and sticky, tacky, and those tires had no problem hooking up. And then today you get out here and you're expecting that same tire to hook up like it did on Friday, and you find out real quick that the soil's dried up the way it does here in Southern California, and now corners are getting a little loose.
Yeah, every rider learns real quick, young or old, that your front tire is your responsibility. You got to keep it in control of that bike at all times. So, like I said, they may be facing a little different conditions than they were used to racing on just 2 days ago.
There goes Adele Weiner coming across the line, part of that Slay development team. Kira Bennett, Addison Punick, Hannah Kirsch, all coming in. Kira taking the win unofficially in that women's 15-16-year-old Cat 2 race, with Addison Punick right behind her, so that one came down to the wire.
He's doing call-ups from over there.
Rolo Devo rider Hannah Kirsch rounding out your top 5 in your 13 to 14-year-old competition. And again, up next is going to be a full slate of racing. As the men take to the course. Race action scheduled to start at 10:20 a.m. with our Cat 1 boys 15-16. We saw them out here in the short track.
Check.
On Friday. Follow their start. You're going to see the start of your Cat 1 men 17, 18-year-olds. Then our open division category and down the line through our age group racing and our Cat 1, Cat 2 racers. So Cat 1 and Cat 2 racers scheduled to start in this next block of racing. Once again, that race action scheduled to start here in just about 12 minutes. That's going to be a fun race to watch. This boys 15 to 16-year-old race, Jim, is, man, I'm excited for this one.
Me too, yeah. Some talented young athletes out there that are going to battle it out for the right to be called the champion here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup. Looking forward to calling that one as our women's slate of races is slowly starting to wind down.
Guys, just if anybody is currently standing between the
and now we're going to start doing the call-ups for our next group of men racers that are set to take the course here in just about 10 minutes as our women racers are finishing up their race here today.
Yeah, we'll do our best to keep bringing you this coverage now. We got that sorted out. I know we kind of went quiet there for the start of our women's races, but we'll try to, we've sorted out some microphones here that allows us to appropriately do call-ups while we're also able to continue to bring you live coverage here on InsiderMTB.com. And so appreciate everybody tuning in this morning.
I feel like we're trying to land planes on an aircraft carrier. I got people taking off one direction. I got planes landing another direction. But, man, just a full slate of racers and packed fields just about for every single category, which is just fantastic.
We will be doing a call-up by name. So when I start talking, please don't move until you hear your name, and we'll make sure that you get in the order that you're supposed to. The 10-24 wave and beyond will not have call-ups, and when I call your wave, you will ride up to the line.
Yeah, what you're going to see is the call-up of our Cat 1 boy 15 to 16-year-olds. And that was a fun short track race on Friday.
Just a blaster of a race.
Cooper Pufit, Tommy Rowley, Lucas Kirsch, James Malham, Ronan Romig, Will Greger, Ronan King Ellison, Eden Taiji from Wild Rockies, Eden. Hayden Blake, Tarek Nelson, Miles Crockett, McCarthy Kaysen, McCarthy, Sean Davies.
Shout out to my friend Bailey Watkins, just finishing up her race. She's part of that Edison Cycle Syndicate team here in San Diego. I'm calling her name a lot with the quick and dirty races that we get to do, and good to see her punching her ticket on a big-time race.
Brendan Johnson, Carter Montgomery, Achilles Montiel.
What's fun about watching some of these junior racers is some of these are just pint-sized people. Even these double X small jerseys on them are just swimming. But yet they're on top of these beautiful, high-powered machines that they get to ride and take advantage of some of the great technology that's out there in our world today. It's really, really cool.
Cooper Johnson. Cooper Johnson. Cooper Johnson. Asher DiPietro. Kalen Huser.
Yeah, there's a good look at this.
Braxton Maybe.
Our Cat 1 15, 16-year-old men about to take the start of this 6-mile course.
Emmett Brown. Miguel Garcia.
Scheduled for 3 laps.
Miles
about
Praint and
18
Jonah
miles
Truce.
of racing.
Any other Cat 1 15, 16s?
As you see, they just, again, this is the start of most of these athletes' season, and so a lot of, going to see real quick where they are in their preseason form. Is this next race scheduled to start at 10:20? Unless they might have made the.
All right, Cat 1 17, 18. I'm going to go ahead and do your call up to me, but you will not be starting from here. We will politely and respectfully roll up once the 15, 16s have started. So line
Our
up
race
on
officials
me.
continue to see just how big this field is here this morning in our Cat 1 and Cat 2 men's competition. Great shot there as all of these riders anticipate the start of their race.
Ben Garmany.
And it goes off in waves, and so
Riley
you'll see our Cat 1 boys, 15, 16-year-old, go off at 10:20, followed by our Cat 1 17, 18-year-olds at 10:22. Then at 10:24, our age group racers will take to the course. All those races scheduled for 3 full laps. Then immediately following them, you'll see our Cat 2 racers filter out on course in waves.
Ben Garmany and Hunter Kotam. Devin Grenada. Isaiah Ward.
Great shot of the venue there, Jim, as we see some of our other athletes wrapping up their race.
I sure hope the folks that are at home or wherever they're watching this are taking a look at this and going, oh, my goodness, I have got to get out there next year. Just come out and bring my bike to Southern California just to experience this, because it's an absolute treat, folks. Do yourself a favor and come and join us next year. Or, like I said, come out just to enjoy the great terrain and beautiful facilities that we have to ride here and get the chance to race on in Southern California.
Well, this Vail Lake Resort is pretty impressive. A KOA property, and I will tell you, it's one of the nicest ones I've seen across the country. They've got a restaurant. They got a bar. That's right, a KOA with a bar in it. They've got just the campground infrastructure is amazing. It's an incredible venue. And then with that is this purpose-built bike park and over 30 miles of world-class mountain bike trails. And so, yeah, if you want to race or ride, head over here to the Vail Lake Resort and spend a weekend, and you won't be disappointed.
And it's something they're always working on, too. I noticed at the close of racing on Friday, as I was headed to the parking lot, the crew here at Velocity was already out on their tractors, moving dirt around, resetting the course for the weekend. So always stuff being done around. They're always moving dirt around to make it better, make it more fun, and be able to create a really unique racing experience.
Nixon McLean.
As they start to continue to set up the start shoot for 14, 15, and 16, 17 men doing their call-ups. The rest of the age groupers fields size to where they don't need them, but these younger men, field's too big. We got to sort them out and make sure that they get their call-up that they earn to get that starting spot. Starting so important in a mountain bike race. It's a sprint. The sprint's at the beginning. Sometimes it's at the end, but every time it's at the beginning. And that's the real test, is can you go from 0 to high triple digits of your heart rate in that amount of time, be able to still think clearly enough to handle your bike around this rough terrain. So that's the unique element, I think, of mountain bike racing, is that start so critical.
Yeah, 0 to hero indeed. I think whole shot is what we commonly hear that referred to, and the opportunity to, a lot of times by design, these courses start out, double, triple track. You'll see these riders are going to start 6, 7, 8 wide, I think, here in this next wave, and that's going to appropriately, they'll see a large part of the course stay open like that before it does pretty quickly, though, start to get pinchy and tight as it approaches that first section, a single track. And where do you want to be? Well, you want to be at the front when you get to that point.
That's the place you're going to win from. If you have any intentions on trying to be affecting the outcome of that race, you're going to win from the front. So,
yeah.
Although we did see a couple racers, Cole Patton, one of them, race his way from the back to a podium spot on Friday.
And again yesterday.
Yesterday.
He didn't find the podium, but still raced himself back into the top 10 after starting well the back of that UCI XCO Elite C1 race.
I think that's the part that we get to experience and be able to see and take so much joy from, is we can see where the starter was. We can see how they raced themselves back into it. Lap after lap, we can count it down and say, oh, my goodness, he started 40th, and now he's 35th, and now he's 30th, and now he's crawled his way to the top 10. It's so impressive to watch these riders go as hard as they do to be able to get the places that they earn so well.
As we anticipate the start of our next race, there's a shot of us in the booth. Glad to be here with you this weekend.
Glad I put my sunscreen on this morning, my man. We're getting a little pink out here.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna definitely get a little sun over here in the booth as we say hi to the folks here on the live broadcast. And thanks for tuning in on InsiderMTB.com. Joining us for the Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vailocity Bike Park.
The men now just inside 2 minutes to start, so we'll see another explosion of dirt and energy and power going off this line here in just a few minutes. Going to be all age groups represented in the men's field. Cat 1, 2, Cat 2, Cat 3, all represented here. I got a couple of big names on my roster, too, as we get up into the age groups. Some good friends and very powerful riders among them. Pistol Pete Thole. Victor Sheldon's in this lineup. How about multiple-time champion, current champion, Brian McCulloch is in here. Brandon Mills is going to be in this lineup here today. So, love watching these guys race. It's a real treat to watch, see how hard that they can go and really just put themselves out there in every race that they sign up for.
Yeah, just a few moments away from the start of this race, and I think you are going to see some dust kick up indeed. Large field in this.
Yeah, all of our men. It's a massive field all the way down. I got 6 pages of racers' names on my list here. They start them in waves. We start them by age groups in waves, and we send them off in like 1 minute increments so as to allow it to spread out and let everybody kind of sort themselves out. No doubt there's going to be some passing going on.
Yeah, we're just hoping for a clean start here as they make their way up and over. But you can see they're up and out of the saddle. This whole field is that, again, it's a sprint to the start and sometimes a sprint at the finish for the win. But This one definitely started out as a sprint, as we've got a few riders setting the pace early here.
Once again, you'll be doing 3 laps. Follow the white signs with red arrows. That will keep you on course.
There's a good shot at the field size there. Again, here's that selection is being made right now as they start to dive into the single track. There you see the still stays nice and wide and double track here at the start. Allows for this big lead out.
Isn't it great, though, to see the teenagers have the biggest field of the day so far? Love that.
Well, we saw that yesterday's UCI. The biggest field was that men's 17 to 18-year-old age group race. 121 athletes. Massive, massive fields. And there's that dust we're talking about. Dust is kicking up as the course conditions have appropriately dried out here in the Southern California sunshine.
Real fast pace being set, too, by what is still the lead group. It's the entire pack, just ripping it out of the starting gate here inside the first mile and a half of this course.
Yeah, again, we did see a lot of these athletes with us on Friday for that short track race. So we did have a full field of junior men, 15, 16-year-old age group race on Friday for that short track. And here they are. This is their big race of the weekend, Jeff.
For sure. And a lot of them, too, they race here out quite regularly. There's races almost every weekend, it seems like, out here between here and up in Big Bear. This course is a feature on the circuit here in Southern California. So a lot of these riders are familiar with this. But like we said many times, they can reconfigure this course in so many different ways. It can be a different course every single time they race it. And that's now our men 17 and 18 out on course. Men 17 and 18 now out on course. And the next queue that's being lined up right now is going to be all of the Cat 1 men open and age groups up to 40 to 49. Age groups 40 to 49 represented in this next wave of racers.
Yeah, right here looking at the start of our Cat 1 men 17 to 18-year-old age group race.
There's Brian McCulloch. We talked about him a little bit ago. Brian, one of the fixtures of racing across the country, and he not only doubled down, man, he won the mountain bike championship and went out the next week and won one on the road. So a multi-purpose threat here is BMC, and him and his wife Joy doing a great job at growing coaching, running big wheel coaching. And I know Seamus, their boy, he's soon to be a racer himself. We have a lot of fun with him at the events that we get to go to, and always fun to hang out with the McCulloch family.
Yeah, California well represented this weekend, but we have riders from across the country, Jim. 28 states and I think 7 countries represented this weekend here at Vail Lake.
30 seconds, gentlemen, 30 seconds.
Get a good look at our athletes as they make their way into the single track section of the course. As others are out here just riding on this beautiful day. And there's the start of our next race. Again, that's our combined start of our Cat 1 Men Open and age group racing in that Cat 1 category.
We got something fun to watch in this next wave that goes off. I got none other world champion, mountain bike Hall of Famer Tinker Juarez in this lineup, racing against and with Victor Sheldon, himself a multi-time national champion, endurance, cross country, and he's got a handful of cyclocross championships under his belt. And he's the purveyor of quick and dirty cycling here. I have a tip of the cap to my buddy Victor for doing that so well all these years. But this will be a great race to watch play out. Tinker Juarez, Victor Sheldon duking it out here for the established racers, the 50-plussers, if you will.
Masters of the sport.
Yeah.
1 minute to start.
Appropriately named for those two, I would say.
I love that they got racing for all ages and abilities. Tinker Juarez, well known in the history of mountain bike racing, and continues to race well.
Victor, just an all-around athlete himself. He's got, check this, 8 world championships under his belt in the sport of jet ski racing. Hall of Famer there himself. So now doing it really well on two wheels and doing everything he can to grow the sport of mountain bike racing here in Southern California.
Love that. And there's a look at that starting grid, and there is Tinker Juarez right there on your right, race plate 424.
You want to know a fun fact about Tinker? Does not wear a chamois in his bike shorts. Never has. How about that?
Well,
I don't know why. I don't know if there's a reason for that, but and it certainly does seem odd, but
I think it's actually more common than you think. Lael Wilcox, a well-known endurance athlete herself, also elects to not wear a chamois in her shorts.
Okay.
So I think it's just, well, it comes down to personal preference.
I suppose so, like anything else, right? And they're off. Victor getting the nice dart off the line there.
What do you think about that? You show up to a bike race and you line up and you're up there with the likes of a Tinker Juarez, and you've been into the sport for years, and here you get a chance to row, shoulder to shoulder with some of the best.
Looking around and going, oh my goodness, those are world championship stripes on your sleeve there, sir.
15-16. Cat 2 men, 15-16.
Now we drop down a category. We're going to get into our Cat 2 men's racers taking the course here.
Hold up your hand if you hear me. Need your eyes and ears right here. 2 laps. All right?
Yeah, this is going to be our Cat 2 boys 15 to 16-year-old
What color signs are you
age
following?
group race, and
Wonderful. You everybody
Gonna
hear
see
that? White signs with red lettering, red arrows.
I think we're going to see the Elkins Bros racing team in this category too, as they're getting up into those younger teenage years.
Don't go out so hard on this
also
first
out
lap.
there in this next starting grid,
And you're going to regret it. A lot of racing
young
here over
Gwillem
time, so just take your
Stevens
time,
from
settle in.
Bentonville, Arkansas,
Okay.
representing the Thaden School.
Love it.
Shout out to
We'll keep you on course.
Thaden School and the Thaden School athletes represented here this weekend. Pretty cool to see them make the trip all the way from Bentonville to come out and race round 1 of the USXC Open presented by Orange Seal. Shout out to the Thaden School. I see young Gwillem over there.
What a great experience to be able to, at that age, travel across the country, race against people you don't know on a course you've never been on, and be able to just, continue to hone that edge, sharpen that knife, and become a better racer by learning different techniques, racing in a different environment like that. That's great. And the race faces have been installed, too. You just look at the face of the front couple rows of riders here. They are just locked in.
Yeah, looking for a clean start here. Again, this is your Cat 2 15, 16-year-olds taken to the
Next group coming up
course.
here is our 13, 14-year-old boys. Gentlemen, you're going to be doing 2 laps. 2 laps. Right?
They called this 13, 14, but, man, I think we need to check some ID cards. Some of these kids don't look like they could, they'd even be in middle school, let alone 13, 14.
Plenty of racing to be done in that time. Let's not just do it all right here on the start line, potentially have a crash and ruin your day. Plenty of racing to be done. Just take your time, settle in over the next 2 laps.
looking for a clean start there in that Cat 2 men 15 to 16-year-old age group race. Good shot of that as they set up to dive into the single track for the first of a couple times. That's a schedule for a 2-lap race here. The speed already starting to pick up in that field.
Stop in the middle of the course and you can't finish. What are you supposed to do? Let's say you stop. You did not finish the course. Come back to the start-finish line and let us know, okay, so that we're not out
Some
looking
separation already starting to happen as it tells you that the pace picked up pretty quick out there at the start of that race.
I'm not surprised at all. These guys are tuned up, ready to
All
go,
right,
and
Vail Valley, this
first
is the
chance to
future
race
of
all
sport.
year. You're going to
Let's
want to
make
go out
some
there and
noise
really
for
throw
these
it
guys
down
going
just to
out.
kind of see how you feel and test the mettle of your competitors that you're going to be banging bars with all year long.
That was weak, Vail Valley. I think we can do better. Come on, a little more noise.
As those riders now make their way into the single track for the first time, you're taking a look at your Cat 2 15, 16-year-old age group race. And now we go back to the start line. It's going to be the 13 and 14-year-olds, and they're off.
Yeah, Elkins Bros Racing right at the front of that group. Not surprised, and won't be surprised at all if they stay in the front of that group.
Yeah, these junior boys 13 and 14 are going to do 2 full laps out here on the course. And look at that. They are off to a fast start, Jim.
18-year-old Cat 2 men, 19 to
I think what's great is, too, in talking with some of these, especially the younger athletes, they're all just so well appreciative and really understand what they get to do is very unique. Bikes are not inexpensive, if not hard to get, and the fact that they get to race some of the same equipment that their idols on the World Tour get to race is really, really cool. And I know they we've had a little course divergence, it appears, among our younger racers.
A couple riders getting off course there, but
they're going to be able to reattach and find their spot.
We'll see.
Again, we're learning, right?
The
younger racers
they
were
are.
learning.
They found
okay.
their way. Well, they got kind of, you saw, they was, Rubbin's racing. They got pushed off course just a little bit. And now they're back out there after it. So that race picking right back up. See the coaches and parents out there cheering our athletes on. There is looking, I think that might be Tinker Juarez right there, as well as Victor.
Yeah, good shot there of
30 seconds.
Some of the elder statesmen of the mountain bike racing community, the fastest of the fast. Victor's one of those athletes that he'll look around. I think they coined that phrase of, you must be pretty fast because when I went by you, you were going pretty good. I think they coined that phrase after Victor because that's a very common reprieve of his, is to be able to just kind of sit there and play with you and then get tired of it and just ride away from you.
Looks like a combined start there of our Cat 2 men 17, 18, 19, 29, and 30, 39 age group race. We'll sort it out at the finish line. Once again, all ages and abilities represented here for day 3 of 3 of the Orange Seal Pro Cup, presented by Vail Ossity Bike Park. Round 1 of the US XC Open, presented by Orange Seal.
All right, gentlemen, you'll be doing 2 laps. Once again,
We talked about that a lot. That's one of the really cool things about cycling is you're able to fall into a category and race right in and among those in that category in your own age group. So balancing out that level of competition as much as you possibly can and really get to test yourself against people that are right against in your abilities. And then as you get better, you can move up. You can graduate up into the next category and push yourself there, usually longer distances, sometimes bigger fields as they whittle down to that 1% of the 1% that goes faster and graduates themselves up through the ranks of the cycling world. And it's a lot of fun to see. It's a lot of fun to see the accomplishment that on the faces of these athletes as they place really well, maybe when they didn't think they could.
Well, I don't know about you, but in this next wave, I think this is going to be the final start in this wave of racing. And in this is our single speeders.
Single speeders. I love those guys. All that pedaling, all this distance, all that elevation, one little gear. I don't even know why you do it.
Always wondered that myself a little bit, but I'd shout out to our single speeders. They're a breed of their own.
Ooh,
it's a
unique cats for sure.
Typically fun crew. They like a rowdy's probably a good word for.
I tell you, if you want to find the party before or after a bike race,
look for
the single
speeders,
speeders, right? You know what I'm saying? Tell you what. You know what's been growing too the last number of years is mountain bike racing, right? With the advancement of the e-bikes to where they've been able to kind of govern and regulate those, and now we're able to put together races within that. And I'll tell you what, don't count me among the haters on the e-bikes. I love me a good e-mountain bike ride, and the fact that we're now getting races organized and are able to, they've even got a world championship now holding for the e-bikes. I think that's fantastic because e-bikes really are the future, right? It's a mobility thing, it's a health thing, it's an activity thing, it's a let's grow the industry thing. So no hating on the e-bikers, and maybe one day we'll have a little category out here for the e-bike racers.
Well, something tells me the way the industry's going, that is coming. We're already seeing that adopted in other disciplines, the sport of enduro. We're part of an Ozark Foundation, and they own and operate a series called the Arkansas Enduro Series. It's a fall series that happens there in Arkansas, and they've adopted E-mountain bike category racing, as have several other enduro series across the country.
That's great.
But, yeah, e-mountain bikes, removing barriers to access to mountain biking for people and allowing others to continue riding mountain bikers later into their, with their career, we'll call it.
Bikes. My experience was just a blast. The bike rides so much differently, just in terms of especially how you handle the punchy climbs. Get that rear wheel spinning, get the cadence turned over, and that bike just motors right up these rocks and anything technical and bumpy you might hit. Up and over, man. It is so much fun.
Well, we call them, I've dabbled in this a little bit, they call them power stages. When you get the opportunity, it really opens up a new opportunity for race directors to create a new experience, because now, these riders have they got a little bit of power underneath them, and, yeah, you can really start to get pretty unique in your course design and design stages in enduro racing, or even probably parts of a mountain bike course that typically you wouldn't put in because, maybe a normal human doesn't have the power to make an ascent, maybe a short, punchy ascent that otherwise you'd have to get off and run. But with a little bit of watts under your legs, extra watts under your legs, you can, appropriately charge up some of that. So, yeah, exciting to see what's to come for the sport of mountain biking, and I think e-mountain bikes are going to continue to play a part of that story.
That's all of our men, with the exception of Cat 3, are now out on course. Cat 3, we got a whole category of them coming up at 11:30. So the bulk of our racers, if you will, are all out on course right now and duking it out among this, what is a 6-mile lap, a little over 6 miles.
Yeah, if you're tuned in on the InsiderMTB.com broadcast, you've probably seen some ads across the way for that big mountain enduro series. They, too, have adopted e-mountain bike category racing. They got power stages mixed in with their course development. And one of, if not the premier enduro series in the country. But it's all about endurance today, Jim. We're not... Today's not about gravity. Today is about endurance, and we're seeing where these athletes are, where their endurance levels are early in the season as this pack leads into the single track. There's a little selection going on there late as they dive in off that double track into the single track here out at beautiful Vail Ossity Bike Park.
Not sure what category that is, but a nice compact group of riders snaking their way up this, what looks like a nice tight little climb, and all following the wheels and looking for their opportunity to maybe take a nice hard pull and stretch this out a little bit.
This is that group of Tinker Juarez and your buddy Victor.
Ah, okay. The 50-plussers, yeah, love it.
Tinker now moving up to the lead.
Big dig there from Tinker.
Up and out of the saddle.
Victor slotting right in there. Third wheel now. Look how steep that is. How just grinding over the top of that pitch.
Yeah, that's, I think, part of some of that climbs we saw yesterday. A lot of climbing out here. They've really added a lot of elevation this year. Had some new features added to over the winter time, including what we were referring to yesterday as the Village Farms Freeway on that XCO course, as well as the HT Components Power Climb, all sponsors of this weekend's Orange Seal Pro Cup. Again, the 6-mile course, and it's going to take a little bit of time to see any of these athletes come back through the start-finish line. Everybody, that first wave that we saw go out, starting with our Cat 1 boy, 15, 16-year-old, doing 3 laps, and all the way through all of our Cat 1 men doing 3 laps out here. About 6 miles around, tells me that's about an 18-mile race. Be interesting to see what the lap times are. And then that last wave that went out, they're doing 2 laps. So our Cat 2 racers doing 2 laps, as are our junior 13, 14-year-old boys. Again, racing happening all over, and we'll do the best we can to peek in and pick out some riders for you. And then as they come through the start-finish line, give you where they rank currently in the race. And
I suspect that's not too far from now for the first wave of these men's racers that went out. We're about 21 minutes from their start time.
Yeah, we were seeing some 30-minute lap times earlier in the morning by some of our other categories. So something tells me these 15, 16-year-old men are going to make a little quicker work of this. And, yeah, I'd say it's sub 30 is probably in the cards here.
They aim for that about hour and a half race time that exists in the World Cup race, but the course itself would be a little longer than a normal World Cup course.
Yeah, again, that World Cup course designed in more of a circuit style, about 5 kilometers or 3 miles in distance. And this type of cross-country, traditional cross-country racing, the course tend to be a little bigger, as it is, you are looking for time. About you said, Cat 3 racer, we want to give you about 45 minutes of racing to kind of give you let you experience what mountain bike racing is. Cat 2, obviously, extend out a little bit. And then Cat 1 racers will give you everything you want and sometimes more.
They can handle it for sure, and they've earned the right to be able to go and race at that distance and showcase their skills for that amount of time. But as they say, if it was easy, everybody would do it. It requires an intensity that most people don't really appreciate from riding a bike. I don't care what terrain you're on, but being able to race your bike anywhere is fantastic. But to do it like this, when you're having to navigate constantly changing terrain, turning up and down, you're on loose dirt, things like that. Mountain bikers are a special breed, and we appreciate them. That's why we're out here shouting at them, giving them the great coverage, and cheering them on as they showcase their great talents for us here.
Might be some of our 15, 16-year-old Cat 2 racers making their way up that climb. There's that over-under feature we saw featured in yesterday's UCI XCO racing action. Pretty cool to see these same athletes out there tackling that same rock garden that athletes like Christopher Blevins, Gwendolyn Gibson, yesterday's winner Kelsey Urban, and current U.S. national champion, racing those same features. And here you are today getting to experience some of the same Olympic-style cross-country course that we saw some of the best in the world racing on yesterday. That's pretty cool, Jim.
I think so, too. And it really, the coverage, as good as it is, doesn't do it justice in terms of how fast and hard these racers are attacking those course features like that. To see how big that rock drop is, and there's about a 6 or 7 foot gap, I think, down the one. Just to see how easily and smoothly these riders handle it is really, really impressive. So when you can see it live on this, the coverage is great. It shows you their talents. But, man, when you can see it live up front, just the speed they're carrying and how smoothly they handle the bike, really, really impressive.
Impressive indeed. And, again, course conditions, I think, have changed, obviously, a little bit from when they saw this trails last time on Friday for a lot of these athletes, where we had a lot more moisture in the soil, and now it's all dried out, as the conditions today are just absolutely beautiful. It's going to be in the mid-70s this afternoon, and a nice little breeze, slight breeze, nothing like we saw on Friday, where I think we had 20-plus mile-an-hour headwinds as you made your approach back into the start-finish chute. We had riders down in, like, I'd say, time trial position as they tried to work their way through their wind here in the start-finish area.
They had to, otherwise they get knocked over. If you stood up and got into that wind, you might just get tipped right off your bike.
Yeah, and this, you can see the spectators piled up here on top of that Connex box. Again, a new feature established over the wintertime. Got some riders coming through the start-finish there. That's going to be Miles Pronti and Tommy Rowley, currently setting the pace in that Cat 1 men's 15, 16-year-old age group race. And there comes the rest of the field. So that's a good little race happening. Top 5 rolling through all together there.
Yeah, all clustered in there real nice, and a nice fast lap time too. So we've got a good race going on in that category.
Yeah.
And that'll begin the stream, the parade, if you will, of these riders that are all in this wave. As they start to come across line, we'll do the best we can to keep track of each of the individual races that's breaking out there and let you know who's doing what.
Yeah, top 5 in that race right now was Miles Pronti, Tommy Rowley, Eden Teague, James Mulhame, and Lucas Kirsch.
How about a big move up the board for Carter Montgomery? Gained 20 spaces just in that first lap. Good on him.
Yeah, look at that's making some moves there from the start position. 2 more laps to go in that. That's going to be a 3-lap race. But, yeah, look, there's your race times. We talked about it. About 24 minutes and change on that first lap. More riders on approach in that Cat 1 men's 15, 16-year-old age group race as we get a good shot of the venue here and just a small selection of the trails here at Vail Bike Park.
We're going to make this our 15-minute call to podium for our women's wave of racers. 15-minute call. We'll do that straight up 11 o'clock. So got a few minutes to get that clean jersey and get the bike dusted. I'll maybe leave the bike a little dirty for the podium shot. I don't know. That's personal preference. But 15-minute call for our women's batch of podiums here coming up at 11 o'clock.
We'll get a good drone shot of some racing happening out on course. So we had the leader of our Cat 1 men 17 to 18-year-old age group race make his way through. Looks like Emery Huzar, representing Donovan Racing, is currently setting the pace in that race. More athletes make their way through the start-finish here to go out and do another lap, taking a feed. Good place to take a feed here. We saw this a lot in yesterday's elite race as you're making your way through the venue. I mean, you got to set up at some point, and hydration, I think, plays a factor today, maybe more so than the rest of the weekend as the temperatures are picking up. And so a lot of these athletes taking this opportunities, they roll through the start-finish to set up and you know, grab a gel and put some nutrition in them as they get ready to go out and do another lap.
Absolutely critical, yeah. And this may be, like you said, one of the only places on the course you can even dare take your hands off the bars to grab at that bottle, because there just aren't too many spots out here with the technical features and the rolling terrain where you're able to be comfortable enough to grab that bottle or grab that gel and get it in you. This is pretty much the only flat portion of the course.
Yeah, there was just a great shot of that ridge line that leads up to that Connex box, and you can see it's just lined with fans and coaches and friends and family, and great to see all the spectators out here on a beautiful Sunday morning in Temecula, California. That was a popular spot yesterday. That was where the action was. It's where everybody had gathered on top of the in and around that Connex box to watch the
cowbells still echoing in and among the oak trees here.
There goes your stars and bars of our current national champions rolling by.
Love that. That's Brian McCulloch rolling through there and representing himself really, really well.
Yep. Brian currently setting the pace in first place in that Cat 1 men 40-49 age group race.
Nathan Fedanu leading his group 30-39, and Ricky Jensen leading his group as well.
Nathan in that
19 to 29 group. He was a winner on Friday too.
Here's a good look at, I think that's Tinker there. Coming on the screen there, leading, setting the pace still in that race. That's exciting to see. So we continue to just get absolutely great coverage from our pals at InsiderMTB.com. And reminder, shout out to those tuning in this weekend for this, what is free coverage. Really unprecedented coverage of international mountain bike racing based here in the States. Sport, I would say, underrepresented in coverage in this country at least. We know Europe and other countries get a lot of coverage of the mountain biking happening, but
And you mean they don't have to go to 4 different networks to find it? They don't have to pay $180 to watch 2 races over the course of the year? Wait, what?
That's right. Shout out to Insider MTB crew for helping us tell the story that's unfolding this weekend here in the U.S.
A story worthy of telling, for sure.
As we've had a full field of national and international riders. Again, 28 states, 7 countries represented this weekend at Vail Lake Resort. Shout out to a few more folks that have selected to hit the donate button on the live broadcast. Want to thank recently Repack Racing, Wrench and Roll, Edmund Morrison, Reyes Saperston, and Nicholas Triana. Trying to get your names right, but we appreciate the support and supporting the live coverage of this weekend's racing.
Every little bit helps. I tell you what, if you like the sport and you want to help it grow, you want to watch this great coverage. That's one way to do it. And we'll keep blasting it. Hey, there we go. Tinker Juarez, Victor Sheldon coming through the line. 1-2 together.
Oh, that one's going to be fun to watch.
That was that battle that I know Ty was eager to promote and get out there. And 2 of the most talented athletes ever to straddle a bike out there going bar to bar here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup. Pistol Pete Thole rolled in there just a second ago, too. He's sitting 4th place in that same category.
Some of our riders tackling some of those purpose-built features there. You saw right there, that rock garden. As they drop down into the Orange Seal Speed and Style section. That's about a 12-foot booter of a jump. We saw some pretty massive tail whips in yesterday's race action, and some of the biggest in that final race of the day in that men's U23 UCI C1 race. And winner Gutierrez unofficially winning our big best trick contest. We were just making it up as we went along, but fun to see these athletes find the opportunity to find the fun side of mountain bike racing. Looking at a group of racers there. Got some more racers on approach as they make their way through the start-finish area. And more of our Cat 1 men, that 50-59 age group race. All right, getting a look at some of the race action out on course on the live broadcast as other athletes make their way through the start finish. Starting to see some of our Cat 2 men, 15, 16-year-olds make their way through. And so looks like currently being led by Noah Biggerstaff with Tribe. Clayton Morrell with Acel in second. In third, there he is, Gwendolyn Stevens. Stevens representing the Thayton School already find himself up in third in that Cat 2 men's 15 to 16-year-old age group race here today. Young Willem, I know his dad well. Doing good things over there at the Thayton School. In our 13 to 14-year-old age group race, Kerr Racing athlete, Next Level, coached by Next Level Coaching, Braden Kerr, currently setting the pace for our 13, 14-year-olds out there as he came through. First of 2 laps for him. Followed by Eddie Silva, the fourth, that Delta development team, and then Isaac Sproul with Team Booger rounding out the top 3 in that junior 13 to 14 age group category race unfolding here today. Looks like we're going to be doing some podium awards here in just a little bit too, so next podium scheduled for right at 11 o'clock. So here in about 5 minutes, we'll get those podium awards underway for our women's competition that unfolded earlier this morning. Get this camera set up and pointed over at the podiums here shortly so we can bring you those celebrations to you live on the broadcast. Again, if you're just now tuning in, it's day 3 of 3 of the Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by our friends at Vail City Bike Park. Round 1 of the US XC Open presented by Orange Seal. We're here at beautiful Vail Lake Resort in what is one of Temecula's best riding areas. Like we said, it's a network of over 30 miles of world-class trails. It's host to state, regional, national, and this weekend's international mountain bike competition. It's been a who's who of bike racing this weekend. Action continues today, but we saw some pretty amazing athletes roll through here throughout the weekend, including former short track world champion Christopher Blevins, homegrown local and track factory rider Gwendolyn Gibson was here racing with us this weekend as well. So teammate Riley Amos coming off that stellar 2024 season that we talked about a little bit in the broadcast earlier today. Finished 7th in last year's Summer Olympics, which was the best ever finish for a male U.S. rider in the 28-year history of Olympic-style cross-country mountain bike racing in the Olympic Games.
Women's podium, 2 minutes. I'll go over there. You got a list? I got a list. Okay, we're gonna call this a 2-minute call to podium for all of our women's categories. Straight up 11 o'clock, 2-minute call to podium for all of our women's categories. Women, report.
That's right. Here in just a minute, we'll cut to our podium awards and celebrate the efforts of our women racing earlier this morning. Going to recognize 3 deep in those fields. Get a good look at some of our athletes out on course there. Give our women competitors just a few minutes to make their way over to the podiums. As there's a rider dropping. Ooh, Case in that jump there as he dropped into the Orange Seal speed and style section. If you don't have enough speed there, it's better to do what that young athlete did and just pump your way through that feature. And there's more of our athletes tackling that really technical rock garden section of the course. They came through the Connex box, and that leads them right here to this speed and style section as these athletes more comfortable to just pump through what is like a 12-foot camelback style cinder into that Orange Seal speed and style section. Looks like folks are gathered around over there for the podiums. Maybe we can cut over to those podium awards and we'll get these things started. The athletes make their way by one of the few trees out here on the course. All right, there's a shot of our podiums, and we're ready to get our podium awards underway. I think they can hear us over there, and see if we get a thumbs up over there. See if we get the thumbs up for a, and that's the, get this volume turned up a little bit. There we go. How's that? All right, here we go. All right, thanks for sticking it out with us. Let's get these podiums underway. Again, representing the efforts of our women's competition here this morning, the Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by our friends here at Velocity Bike Park. We're going to start with, let's see where we're going to start. Say we're going to start with our Cat 3 women 15, 18-year-olds. Taking the top step and representing Wild Rockies Racing was Rhea Saperston. Great job, Rhea. Arms up. Congratulations. Thanks for being with us. In our Cat 2 women competition, see what we go here to. We'll start with our Cat 2 girls 15 to 16. This is going to be 3 deep. Representing Edison Cycle Co. Syndicate in 3rd place, Amelia Conkle. Again, for our Cat 2 girls 15 to 16. In 2nd place, racing for TVHC, HS, Addison Punick. There we go. And taking the top step in our Cat 2 girls 15 to 16-year-old race here this weekend, Kiara Bennett. There we go. Bringing the bike. Okay, this is how you do a podium shot. Nice job. Get some knuckles. Arms up, ladies. Great job. Thanks for racing this weekend. Moving on. Cat 2 women 17 to 18-year-olds. In 3rd place, representing Big Wheel Coaching, Savannah Serrano. In second place, Blair Eckerson. And taking the top step in your Cat 2 women's 17 to 18-year-old race, representing Specialized Sacramento, Rebecca Serrana. Great job, ladies. In our Cat 2 women 19 to 29 age group race, taking the top step was Jasmine Board. Oh, we're getting one more photo. Sorry. Once again, taking the top step in our Cat 2 women's 19 to 29 age group race, that was Jasmine Board. Great job, Jasmine. Thanks for racing. We'll look for that photo later on Instagram. All right, moving on. In our Cat 2 women 50 to 59 category race, taking the top step was Layla Bilowitz. All right. Keep these things rolling. In our junior girls 13 to 14-year-old age group race, in third place, representing Edison Cycle Co. Syndicate, it was Kinsey Jones. In second place, representing Delta Development and Monster Army, Alexandria Pasowicz. And taking the top step in your junior girls 13 to 14-year-old race here today, representing Durango Devo, Anna Morzowicz. Great job, ladies. Some good racing out there. Anna now setting first in our US XC Open Series in the 13 to 14-year-old girls category on the season. All right, moving on to our Cat 1 racers. Here we go. Cat 1 women in our open division, representing Apex Network Physical Therapy, Jacqueline Bell. Taking the top step. All right, moving on. In our Cat 1 Girl 15 to 16 category race, this was a fun race to watch. Came down to the wire between Bear National teammates. In third place, though, representing Hatch Toyota Racing. Put your hands together for Nora Cruz. And Nora having a good weekend. She had a good short track race on Friday. Finds herself back on the podium here today in the Cat 1 Girls 15 to 16 age group race. This weekend's Orange Seal Pro Cup. In second place, in our Cat 1 Girls 15 16-year-old race, representing the Bear National team, Ava Silva. And taking the top step here today, the Orange Seal Pro Cup in your girls 15 16-year-old race, it was teammate Leah Morswich. Bear National team going 1-2 on the podium. Great job, ladies. It's been a great weekend for the Bear national team as we've seen them on the podium several times and throughout several races, all 3 days of competition. That's a great way to end the weekend for the team. Good job, ladies. Moving on, Cat 1 women 17 to 18. Top 3 in third, representing the Nebo Goats mountain bike squad, Olivia Nelson. In second, Sydney Simus. And taking the top step in your Cat 1 women's 17 to 18-year-old age group race, representing Donovan Racing, Ruth Knox. Great job, ladies. How about arms up? They said, no, we're good. Great shot. Here we go. Couple more. Cat 1 women 19 to 29, representing Tribe Devo race team. Taking the top step was Caitlin Cook. There's Caitlin. Great job, Caitlin. And the final podium in our Cat 1, our women's category racing from earlier today, their Cat 1 age group 40-49 age group, taking the top step was Ashley Weimer. There's Ashley. All right, that's going to do it for our podium awards from this morning's women's competition. Here is the Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail Ossity Bike Park. And we go back to the race action. Take a look back and see where things are as the races continue to unfold out here on course. Have several athletes trying to give you some updates here of where we are in the races. Lots of racers making their way through the start-finish area, and see if we can't. Looks like Brian McCulloch just came through in that Cat 1 men's 40-49 age group race, currently sitting in first. Emery Huzar, that Cat 1 men's 17 to 18-year-old age group race happened out there on course, came through, representing Donovan Racing. Right on his wheel was Calvin Christensen with Maybird Race. Nathan Fednew making his way through, currently sitting in first place in that Cat 1's men's 19 to 29 age group race. Shout out to Christopher Welker for a donation for today's coverage, being brought to you by InsiderMTB.com. Got one more slate of races to get started today. That's going to be our men Cat 3 races, and looks like that field's Got a few athletes participating here this weekend.
And I will go out on a limb and say, you know what? We could use a few more. Let's get some more of the Cat 3 guys learning how to come in and race mountain bikes. Let's get that, build that field up.
There's a good shot of Tinker Juarez as he leads the race through that Orangeville Speed and Style section.
Victor right there on his wheel, so that race got one more lap to play itself out. Those two multiple-time national champions are going to, a lot of bragging rights on the line for those two for sure.
Yeah, great to see them showing up out here and representing the sport of mountain biking and what have been two pretty astounding careers by both those athletes. More athletes making their way through. Just came through just a minute ago was Jared Paulson with MTB. He's currently sitting in third in that men 40-49 Cat 1 age group race. Be interested to see when there's a good shot of Tinker as he makes his way through the start-finish area.
Oh, look at that. 1, 2, 3. I got Tinker, I got Victor, and I got Pistol Pete all in a row there. Let's see if how that's going to play out over the course of one more lap for those guys. That's a great race playing out.
Yeah, that one's going to be a fun one to try to keep up with out there on course. Also, we're going to be interested to see where our Cat 1 boys race is at in that highly contested 15, 16-year-old age group race. We know a lot of the development teams sticking around today to get their 15, 16-year-olds some quality early season racing here this morning.
Yeah, getting their money's worth for sure.
Saw a lot of them on Friday's short track and back with us here today. Yeah, Tinker Juarez leading them in as far as that Cat 1 men's 50-59 age group race. And there you go. Tinker Juarez, Victor Sheldon, and Pistol Pete Thrall.
Pete's known around these parts as the Pistol. He can handle on the dirt. He can handle on the road. He's a prominent feature of what we call the Thug Ride around here, appropriately named Thug Ride. They go out on alternating Saturdays and just beat the snot out of each other on the roads and trails of northeastern San Diego County.
Sounds like some of our Tuesday night Worlds rides back home.
I think every city has a Worlds ride like that, right? We got a Wednesday Worlds around here that goes out of North County, goes up and in and through Camp Pendleton up to the parking lot above it, and then turns around and comes ripping back through.
And just basically spend a couple hours trying to destroy each other.
Yeah, exactly. All these guys with comfortable day jobs that they can afford to spend 3 or 4 hours riding bikes on a Wednesday morning. They earned it, I'm sure. They earned it. What's the grade so far? You're in burrito country down here.
All right, some more riders making their way through here at the start-finish area as we get a look out of the course. None of our leaders just yet. Again, a couple contested races out there on course right now. We saw that Cat 1 men 50-59 age group race with Tinker Juarez in it. That one's highly contested, and then be interested to see where our Cat 1 15, 16-year-old racers are at, as well as our Cat 2 15, 16-year-old racers.
Oh. I thought that was place. That was different. Position difference. They still got a bit. They've been out. They're just ahead of these guys, right? Yeah.
Again, looking at some lap times. Everything here in the mid-20s, mid to high 20s. Not seeing any sub 25. There's a few sub 25-minute laps being turned out there. That is that Cat 1 men 15, 16-year-old that's setting down the fastest time that I'm seeing. Last time through in first was Miles Pront with the SCV mountain bike squad and turned down over 24-18. We've seen any sub 24 lap times yet. As more of our athletes make their way through. Yeah. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. There's your winner coming across the line for the men's 15, 16-year-old Cat 2 race. Clayton Morrell with Cell Racing taking the win here today. Yeah, and they were doing 2 laps of racing. He got that one done and dusted pretty quick. I think there's our second place rider in that same category race. Cat 2 men, 15, 16-year-old representing Tribe. That's Noah Biggerstaff. And there's the winner of our 13, 14-year-old race, Braden Kerr with Kerr Racing and Next Level Coaching taking the win. Pretty exciting. Well done, Braden. And we can talk to your coach. We get a look at more of our riders across the line. Yeah, we're going to do our call to staging for our Cat 3 category racing, scheduled to start right at 11:30. So call to staging if you're a Cat 3 men looking to get out here and mix it up. Now's the time. Start heading over to that staging area. Here comes Josh Potter coming across the line. Going to round out the top 3 in that Cat 2 men's 15, 16-year-old age group race. In 4th was Willem Stevens with the Thaden School. Nice showing for him. And then 5th place in our Cat 2 men 15, 16-year-old age group race representing Peak to Peak Training Systems. That was Evan Turner coming across the line. So some of these races starting to finish up here.
I'm sure all of them glad that it is finished up. That's a tough day of hard racing out there, and all these athletes just giving it their all the way across the line. So learning great skills, having a bunch of fun doing it, and getting a chance to ride on this beautifully designed race course is a real treat. He wants to know if he wants us to order some lunch. Yeah, what was that? I'll go over there in a bit. I'm good. Yeah, thank you very much.
There's another athlete coming across the line, done and dusted. Looks like he left it all out on the course. I think that was young Weston Elkins with Elkins Brothers Racing coming across the line in 4th in that 13, 14-year-old age group race there. Jim, you spoke highly of that.
Yeah, I love those young men. They do a great job representing themselves, racing and training really hard. They're a fun follow on social, too. They're just going about it the right way and really appreciative of all they get to do, and they show it off really well and always race really hard.
Just right outside the podium.
All right, everybody in the pre-staging area, I need you on the other side of the table.
All right, as they look like they're starting to stage the final few athletes of the day to get the final races underway of what has been an exciting 3 days of racing.
What's some of your takeaways so far, Brandon? You've been out here and had a great front row seat to all this racing. Any thoughts on the Southern California racing scene here and what your experience has been?
Well, I think, starting with Friday's short track action, I mean, when I look at the size of the fields, I mean, I think that's the first thing that, really draws my eye when I see really some huge numbers in these fields represented. And what are some of the younger age groups? Like we saw that 17 to 18-year-old age group field, 121 athletes. There were so many 17, 18-year-olds that we had to go to heat racing in Friday's short track. Jim, you were here for that, and top 30 advanced. And then in yesterday's UCI XCO Elite, that field came back together, and a massive start of 121 athletes starting at a single time. And so, when I look at a race like this, I don't have to look any farther than the junior competition to know that, the sport of mountain biking is healthy. And what better place to test that than the first race of the season here in beautiful Temecula, California. So I think U.S. racing is off to a strong start. It's what a unique opportunity to, as we got a runner here, going to give a shout out to the runner. That's how you coach an athlete right there. Start to finish, broke a chain, going to run it across the line. I mean, we love to see that. A lot of us, there's a lot of grown men, myself included, might have just bailed on that race, but that young athlete there willing to just run it out. Shout out to his coaches for, really instilling in him the will to finish these types of competitions, and so love to see that. But yeah, I mean, just it's an incredible opportunity to see not just, the juniors, but, some of the top athletes in the sport of racing. Exciting to see, U.S. athletes like Christopher Blevins is in really good early season form. We saw that yesterday, while other athletes like Riley Amos, who, he may be using this race to ride himself into race shape ahead of that World Cup calendar, because he seemed to not be at the same fitness level as yesterday's race was all Christopher Blevins from the start.
Yep.
It's great to see Kelsey Urban. She dealt with some injuries and had some struggles last year. Great to see her out there representing those stars and bars, that national championship jersey, taking the win both in the short track and in yesterday's UCI XCO competition. I got big hopes for her this season on that new team, that KMC Ridley team that she's riding on now. Great to see Canadians come down and change opportunity. Really, North America represented well here as Jen Jackson, Olympian Jen Jackson from Canada, as well as Carter Woods, also, they're representing the Maple Leaf out there riding for Giant Cycles this year. And, it's a who's who of international bike racing here with us this weekend. And so that's just a small sample of some of the race size and the racing that we've seen unfold this weekend at the Orange Steel Pro Cup.
And I can imagine, too, that your fields in Arkansas in a couple of weeks will be similar, if not bigger. Season a little further along, a couple weeks more down the road, 1 week closer to the kickoff of the World Cup season. What are your expectations for the field sizes and the level of athletes you're going to see down there?
Yeah, I think you're going to see, similar, if not maybe even a little bigger field sizes. Last year, that 17, 18-year-old age group race was the largest in the history of U.S. racing as far as a UCI race. The field was absolutely stacked. I have heard some athletes that are going to be making their way to Fayetteville. Former world champions will be in attendance. Olympians will be in attendance. Christopher Blevins going to be heading that way. Kate Courtney, popular in the sport, former world champion Kate Courtney. She's going to be headed to Fayetteville to start her season. She's not with us this weekend here in Temecula, but she'll be joining us there in Fayetteville. So excited to see. I think you're going to see some different elite athletes join in Fayetteville. It's early season, and so early season racing like this, each athlete's got a different training block. Sevilla Blanc, she was here with us this weekend, not going to be in Fayetteville, choosing to take the next 2 weeks to just train on her own in her training block ahead of that World Cup calendar kicking up in Brazil. And so, each of these athletes have a different training program, and they're selecting these early season races for a reason, and some favor some over the others. But excited to see, again, it's going to be a who's who of mountain bike racing with us in Fayetteville.
And then for those of us like me who have not yet had the pleasure of being down there to be able to ride in that terrain, we're in a largely a Mexican desert here in northeastern San Diego County. Actually, we're in Riverside County in Temecula. But what does the course look like? How does it feel? How does it compare to what these riders are racing on here today?
Yeah, big difference in topography, big difference in terrain. That is the Fayetteville, Arkansas is home to the Ozark Mountains, the Ozark Mountain Range, the Ozark National Forest there in Arkansas counts for about 1.2 million acres of public land. To give you what that represents, the entire state of Texas has about 1.1 million acres of public land, and that's a big state. And so a lot of public land to work with. But the Ozark Mountains are just an incredible mountain range. They're one of the oldest mountain ranges in the world. Over time, those mountain sizes have dwindled down. We don't have teeners. You got about 2,500 feet is about the max elevation there in the state. But again, they're known for really to just be some of the most challenging and punchy terrain. It's death by 1,000 cuts, we like to say, because it's, consistently up and down. You don't have a lot of time to recover when you're racing in Arkansas, because that Ozark terrain is just, it's got a bite, and it bites you the entire time. There at Centennial Park, where the races are held, is a purpose-built race course, Olympic-style XCO purpose-built race course built with World Cup racing in mind. And so, the USXC Open has found a home there. This will be the 5th year of racing in a row there. And so, yeah, excited to see that action unfold in just 2 weeks, March 19th through the 23rd. We actually do 4 days of racing over 5 days. We kick things off on Wednesday with a C1 race. Then we go into short track racing on Friday. Then we have that UCI XCO HC, the only HC or above classification, above category race in the U.S. this year. So more points and prize money on the line in Fayetteville than anywhere else in the United States this year.
Well, and that's the point, right? Those points are so valuable. They determine starting spots. They determine your overall classification. To be able to get those kind of points here in the U.S. is a really rare treat, and no doubt that's going to contribute to those big fields that you're expecting down there. So best of luck to you guys. I can't wait to hopefully get to watch all the live free coverage on InsiderMTB.com. We'll be able to pull the crew down there and get a chance to check it all out.
Well, I know we're working with Austin, the crew behind InsiderMTB.com, and we'll see. Maybe there'll be some exciting announcements coming up in the short future about opportunities to continue to showcase international mountain bike racing for the rest of this 2025 calendar year. As we got another mechanical there. He drags that back tire across the line, but
I love that spirit. I love that racing spirit. If the bike won't go, you got to push it home.
Yeah, the back end of that bike just completely locked up.
Yeah, 50% of that bike is not running optimally.
Looks like that back triangle might have snapped.
We saw that a couple times on Friday, some bad, poorly timed mechanical. There's never a good time for a mechanical, but certainly poorly timed mechanicals impacting the race outcome for those riders. Really unfortunate, but that is one of the features of bike racing, is that sometimes your machine just decides to break it down.
All right, we got more riders coming across the line, finishing up their day. That looks like that's Jesse Krosky taking the win in that Cat 2 Men 50-59 category race.
Jesse knew that too, right? He threw the hands up. He knew he was riding solo out there and leading his category, so that's always a real good feeling when you can break the tape like that and win your race.
Aiden Kroll came across the line first in that Cat 2 Men 40-49 age group race, representing Team Booger. See if we can't find maybe where, I have to imagine we're starting to get late in the race. There's a sprint across the line as he throws a fist in the air. That was for the win right there. Tommy Rowley racing it out over Miles Pronti in that Cat 1 Men 15-16 age group race. That was it. That was the race we said there was one to watch for sure. And so hats off to those gentlemen. That's taking it all the way to the line. We've seen some exciting sprint finishes here this weekend. I mean, one of the most exciting was yesterday's women's elite UCI XCO C1 competition, where it came down to Jen Jackson, national champion for Canada, and Kelsey Urban, national champion for the States. They sprinted it out to the line with Kelsey Urban in the States getting the win.
I was yelling at my computer screen yesterday. I got home from a ride, got a little recovery in me, and sat down to watch that race. Absolutely riveting the entire race, and was literally yelling at my computer screen, cheering both those very talented women on. So fun to watch for sure.
Yeah, I definitely think that's been the race of the weekend, and an exciting race to call for sure. Got some more finishers coming across the line that we'll see on the podium in a little bit, including William Patton in that Cat 2 Men's 50-59 age group race, taking second. Kyle Tippett in our Cat 2 Men 40-49 age group race, taking third. Andy Loritz in that Cat 2 Men 50-59 age group, taking third. And again, this is what we're talking about. We got all these races happening, and you're hearing us call lots of first, second, and thirds, but it's because the USA Cycling creates this opportunity for athletes to race their peers, right? Yep. You race within your age group, and you race within your skill level, and that's exciting to see that we've been able to create that opportunity here this weekend on day 3 of 3 at the 2025 Orange Seal Pro Cup, brought to you by the beautiful Vail Ossity Bike Park.
There's just always so much going on behind the scenes, too. What we get to watch here is the race action itself, and you see the racers who are trained, and they buy all the equipment, and they've got all the right recovery and nutrition tools and things like that. But, man, just to put on a race like this requires so much work in the week and days and weeks leading up to it. And as we're now getting really close to the pointy end of the race for a lot of our upper age group categories, Brian McCulloch leading his race. We had that 3-way race between Sheldon Tinker Juarez and Pete Thole playing itself out. We're going to see if we can get a look at that here coming up, because All those guys are inside the last half of their race and now steaming their way back towards the finish line here.
Yeah, I'd love to see if we can't find Tinker Juarez out there on course and see how that, battle of three was going with him and Pistol Pete.
Hey, that was a close race right there that just finished.
Yeah. That was a couple athletes racing for top 10 positioning there. Is Ronan Romig and Carter Montgomery coming across the line.
Every spot counts, right? Every spot counts. That's what's unique about mountain bike racing, too. You might find yourself out there completely alone, but you are still racing. The guys behind you see you. You're the rabbit. They're chasing you. So you cannot ever let up off those pedals if you find yourself out there by yourself, because you are constantly chasing. You don't know what could happen ahead of you. Somebody could have that mechanical or an untimely dismount, and you're able to gobble that space back up. So you always have to keep pinning yourself when you're out racing your mountain bike.
Look at that Orange Seal Speed and Style section, part of yesterday's UCI XCO course, and these athletes getting to race some of the same terrain as some of those athletes we were talking about just a moment ago. Little rock garden right there, making quick work of that. River to Vail coming across the line with that Reno Devo team, wrapping up his race. And once again, wanting to check in on that battle with going down with Tinker Juarez out there in that Cat 1 men's 50-59 age group race here today.
Tight one racers there, too. Guys diving at the line. That was 9 and 10. P9 and 10.
Yeah, we do have our first place in the mix there in our Cat 1 men's 17 to 18-year-old age group race. That's Donovan Racing's Emery Huzar. Hats off to him for taking the win there.
How about that? Brian McCulloch taking the win. Not surprised at all. Doing so in his glorious-looking national championship jersey. Nice job, B-Mac. We'll see him on the podium in just a bit.
Yeah, shout out to that Donovan Racing having a strong showing this weekend. And
that surprises me like not at all.
Emery Huzar taking the win there in that Cat 1 men's 17 to 18-year-old race here today.
All those guys under the tutelage of my friend Rob Donovan, who's done such a great job growing that coaching and development agency entity that he has over there, and just doing a great job at exposing these kids to some really high-level racing. So,
well, his teammate, Jack Billowitz, also going to be on the podium as he coming across the line in third. Ezra Brown in that Cat 1 men's 17 to 18-year-old race for Team Booger finished second. Jack Billowitz in third. So Donovan Racing going to be well represented on that podium. Once again, we're trying to get maybe find that Tinker Juarez and crew out there on course. If we can't give you an update there, I know that's an exciting race opportunity to see former world champions out here racing today. With or without chamois.
Hey,
Jim?
It doesn't matter. Whatever you got to do to be your best, you have at it, because, man, there's no shame in that. Get out there and rip it. Doesn't matter the terrain, doesn't matter the type of bike. You're having fun and racing it. We appreciate it, and we're going to yell at you and make sure you get your accolades and all your flowers that you deserve. But, yeah, we're getting close to the end of that race. We're going to try and pick it up here on the coverage, and we had a tight 1-2-3 battle going in that, what I lovingly refer to as the elder statesman of the mountain bike racing community. My people, in other words.
Our people. Some more racers coming in. Looks over his shoulder, finishing strong right there. Look like Ronan Kroll.
The one thing for sure, the faces on the riders, they are very glad to be done. However it played out, they're always very glad to be done.
Yeah, shout out to Nathan Fednew for the take. It looks like he took the win in our Cat 1 men 19 to 29 age group race. There's a good shot of the finish line there, and some of the crowd out hanging out here today.
Right to the line. There it is, another tightly packed group of racers.
Taking it all the way to the line, just fighting it out to this point late in the race, you're just racing whoever's out there. Everyone's mixing it up and willing to sprint it out. All right. Getting a look here as some more athletes approaching the
Here we go.
finish line here. Oh, and here comes, looks like some separation happened out on course. Victor Sheldon.
How
fist
about
pump.
it?
Was able to.
I know he's going to be proud of that one. Slasher taking it home. You can't spell victory without Victor. How about it, buddy? Congrats on that. Victor, one of he's the owner, purveyor of Quick and Dirty Racing here in Southern California. Does such a great job racing, riding, promoting. Followed right in here by the Mountain Bike Cycling Hall of Fame. Gold medal games, gold medalist, Tinker Juarez. Well done, Tinker. You know you got yourself a pretty good race. You got Tinker Juarez showing up.
And here he is, Pistol Pete, coming across the line.
Yep, that's a great top three right there, man. Three really, really talented athletes.
That's going to be a good podium pick later.
Heck yeah.
Today, those podiums coming up, I think 12:30, right?
12:30 for that group of racers.
Okay, as more athletes finish up their race. But, yeah, that might have been the race of the day, our Cat 1 Men 50-59 age group race, holding it down for the Masters out there, fellas. Well done. Tip of the hat.
Representing, yeah, right?
Yeah. Still got a lot in the tank there. Houston Brown came across the line there. Some more athletes coming across, wrapping up their day. Jared Paulson finishing 3. We'll see him on the podium in that Cat 1 Men 40-49 age group race. Well done. There's some cheers there as more athletes come in. Wyatt Styron, part of that Cat 1 Men 17 to 18-year-old age group race. And there's a quick shot of that camaraderie after the end of that Cat 1 Men's 50-59 age group race with Victor and Tinker and Pete down there just having a chat. There's a lot of history right there in that shot.
A lot of victories, a lot of top podium steps, a lot of gold medals being won by that group right there.
So, yeah, there you go. I mean, you asked me about my impressions of this weekend. Not just only is it a, early season tune-up for athletes, but, races like this Orange Seal Pro Cup and the USXC Open Series presented by Orange Seal, creating the opportunity for athletes to extend their careers and race late in their years.
Yep. And you can call it what you want, bragging rights or whatever else. It is still an absolutely outstanding effort that those athletes have to put forth. And I can tell you firsthand, because I try to ride with some of these guys sometimes. These are fast cats into their 50s and 60s. They train a lot. They work really hard at what they do, and they are profoundly gifted just with their own physical capabilities. So to get to watch them, to get to call a race that they are participating in is a real treat.
Yeah, shout out to a couple more athletes. Ben Young coming across the line in 3rd in that Cat 1 Men's 19 to 29 race. Stan Ford taking 2nd. Their Cat 1 Men's 70-plus competition.
70-plussers. How about those guys? Love it.
That's the future of the sport right there.
They've seen a lot, yeah? They've seen a lot. Just the evolution of bike technology just in the last 15, 20 years, they've seen a lot.
Well, I was going to say that earlier, Tinker might not wear a chamois because I don't know that chamois technology existed when Tinker started racing. Tinker, we're just playing, bud. Thanks for being here this weekend.
You may not be wrong. They may not know. He may just not know.
No one ever told him. Shout out to a few other racers coming across the line. In third place, Brentley Russett with taking third in that Cat 1 men's 30-39 age group race. Lucas Bones making his way in. Isaac York. Thanks for racing this weekend, gentlemen. Get another great shot of the venue out here. Got some Cat 3 racers on course, and sure we'll get to pick some of them out here in a minute as their races just got underway just a few minutes ago. But Jim Miller getting towards the end of what has been an exciting 3 days of racing to kick off the 2025 professional mountain bike season here in the U.S.
As much as it's hard for the riders and the racers to carry the level of energy, you've done a great job at handling the hot mic here all weekend long, brother. This has been a lot of fun. I hope we gave you a good taste of what Southern California is all about in the racing scene here.
Yeah, I got a little taste of everything. Last night, found our way into downtown Temecula and what I think they referred to as Old Town.
Old Town, yeah.
They're doing some great things in Temecula, California.
Good fun to be had on there on a Saturday night.
That was a lot of fun on Saturday night. That place was popping. We didn't stay too late. We were home in bed by 10, but did get out and sample one of the local breweries down there and just kind of catch some of that Temecula vibe. And, yeah, it was a lot of fun. California's been real good to us this week, minus – well, I don't know about that weather early on, but it definitely peaked at the right time for some great racing come Saturday and Sunday. So, yeah, I've had a great time out here. Appreciate and thanks for having us out. And look forward to continuing to call these races and be part of this series. This, again, reminder to everyone tuning in. Next stop, going to take the show to Fayetteville, March 19th through the 23rd, and round 2 of the USXC Open presented by Hornsill. So, no, that is ahead of that critical round 1 stop of the World Cup in Brazil in April. And so between California and Arkansas, what an opportunity for these athletes that have aspirations for international racing this season to grab up this early season points and prize money before heading south to Brazil.
And we talked a lot about the size of the fields and things like that, but you know what? They can always be bigger. If you're at all inspired, if you're all excited about what you saw today and you have a mountain bike, find your local race. It doesn't have to be. The USA Cycling does a great job of putting on races all over the country, but there's a lot of grassroots organizations out there that are putting on local races that are fun and a great way to learn how to get involved in the sport and test yourself and test your equipment. So, man, do it. Pin on a number, put on the helmet, get on your bike, and come out and race mountain bikes. It's a great family vibe. We got races for all categories, ages, and abilities. So come on out, get involved, because this is a great time in the sport. The technology is amazing. The courses that are being built out there are safe and fast and fun. And I tell you what, like I said, I'm a little bit biased, but, man, mountain bike racing is just the most fun you can have on 2 wheels.
I don't disagree. And, that's when you say family, I think that's what, now with organizations like NICA, again, shout out to the development teams and organizations and that are, really starting to introduce mountain biking to kids as early as 5th grade. Some of these families are adopting mountain biking because their child now in school, just like traditional stick and ball sports, is getting engaged with the opportunity to ride a mountain bike, compete in mountain bike competitions, and then they go home and they talk to their mom or they talk to their dad or they talk to their siblings about mountain biking. And we see this, across the country. We see this in Arkansas. I know this is a story here in California as well. Whole families then adopt mountain biking as a healthy, active lifestyle choice because it was their child that was engaged with it scholastically, and that's pretty exciting. And that's been a big change across the country, and why I think we're starting to see the field sizes that we are seeing in these 15, 16-year-olds, 13, 14-year-olds, 17, 18-year-olds. They're all now starting to get introduced with the sport in school.
Yeah. It's not uncommon at some of the NICA races here in Southern California to see 2,500, 3,000 uniques over the course of a weekend. Motorhomes for as far as the eye can see in the parking lot. Families making a complete weekend out of it and taking in the whole experience together. So, man, we got a good thing here. What we need is all those kids that continue doing it as they get older, as they get into college. More universities now have club and regular NCAA level organizations that are putting teams together and continuing to race out there. So we want these folks to learn it, fall in love with it, and it can graduate on as they get a little older and they get stronger, and they can move up in the ranks and continue their racing experience all throughout their life.
Well, that is the bridge you're talking about that we need to build, right? It's the bridge from, as these athletes, I think they call it the lost years, actually, in the sport, that once these athletes get out and kind of grow out of past that age of 18 where that support existed, we kind of lose some of these athletes for some years, is that rightfully they go on to college or go on to their career. But, yeah, I know that USA Cycling is working hard behind the scenes to connect that bridge between NICA and collegiate racing and see if we can't continue to create an opportunity or a funnel for these athletes or some of the athletes you see here this weekend to then continue mountain biking competitively into college. And that's an important bridge we still need to build here in the States.
Absolutely huge, yeah. Thanks to the race organizations for doing it, just to give the opportunity to do it, because that in itself is a labor of love. I'll speak about Victor again. I know he's literally out on the various courses that he promotes races on himself during the week, cutting trails, cutting back the brush, making them safer, making them more fun. So that's the hard work that's being done out there by these promoters in order just to put on the races that get put on.
Agreed. Jim Miller, I'm going to have to say it's been an honor this weekend to call these races with you. I am going to have to sign off a little early as I'm going to have to catch a plane and take a ride home. So I want to say thanks to everybody out there on InsiderMTB.com for having me. It's been an honor to call these races and help tell this unique and amazing story that's unfolded this weekend in Temecula, California. I'm going to turn the reins over to Jim here. He's going to wrap up the day for us. But Jim, my friend, it's been an honor to be here. Great time, and look forward to, if you ever want to find your way out to Arkansas, give me a shout, because I'd be happy to host you.
I cannot wait, man. I'm going to get down there a little later on this in the spring and come down there and see what you guys got going on. Best of luck in 2 weeks with the race out there. I know you guys will knock it dead.
Jim, thanks. We'll see you soon.
Cheers.
I need you to call these two athletes to the stage.
Just
You deserve a getaway that plans itself. From fresh brews to epic views. Press pause and hit play. Grab a bite or two. Then grab a seat or three. It's just a walk in the park to your next flight. From day to night. Discover your new favorite Vail.
Podium here, Friday, Utah.
Deep in the Ozarks, in the state of Arkansas, something is happening. Something bold, magical, and transformative. Because when Arkansas's leading companies, nonprofits, and healthcare organizations join forces, anything is possible. Ozark Foundation and its partners welcome the world to the rugged beauty of the Ozarks and the state of Arkansas.
You deserve a getaway that plans itself. From fresh brews to epic views. Press pause and hit play. Grab a bite or two. Then grab a seat or three. It's just a walk in the park to your next flight. From day to night. Discover your new favorite Vail.
But the kind of the heart and soul of the mountain bike world, those are the ones that fill up the fields as they get older, move into the Cat 2s, up into the Cat 1s. We'll try and capture each of those finishers as they blast their way down through the line here, as just about all of our other men's racers in the earlier wave have now finished up. Yeah, just like that, we did have a couple of our first and second place riders across the line in Cat 3, 15-18. Chase Nielsen and Aiden Murphy rolled through just a few minutes ago. Those riders all doing 2 laps on this little over 6-mile course. And we are now inside half an hour to podiums for our first wave of the men's racers today. Still looking for Victor or Brian. Victor Sheldon, Brian McCulloch. Come see us up here at our broadcast position. We want to see if we can get a few minutes with you to hear about your race and what went on out there. Yeah, just a great day of 3 great days of racing that we've had, and all brought to you free by InsiderMTB.com. You liking that live coverage, you're liking what you see, and you want to see more of it, you can hammer that donate button. Throw a few pennies in the kitty, if you will. And that way we can keep bringing you live, free coverage of the mountain bike scene that's going on here in the United States, which is as vibrant and exciting as it gets. Just 2 weeks from now will be round 2 of the U.S. XC Open in Fayetteville, Arkansas. We were talking a lot about that earlier, but certainly an exciting way to continue bringing the racing coverage to you. More of our Cat 3 racers coming through the chute here. That's leader of the 30-39, Jonathan Tejas. Got to say, our Cat 3 field a little underrepresented, surprisingly. So, like I said, if you're sitting at home enjoying the coverage, man, this is a great time to get into bike racing. Plenty of opportunities. Learn it. Come in as a Cat 3. Learn how to handle that bike. Learn how to move it around the trail. Learn how to find that free speed that's out there. See what you got inside endurance-wise. Pretty certain you're going to fall in love with it, just like the rest of these riders that are out here still out turning the pedals and making their way towards the finish line. See this rider navigating this tougher section. This little course is known for its punchy little climbs, and that's one of the skills I was mentioning you learn as a mountain bike racer, is the ability to handle that change in terrain, the quickly undulating courses, finding the right gear, getting it at the right time, getting the pedal revs up to where you need to be able to go up and over those small pieces of land that can oftentimes really slow you down. Find that speed, hold that speed, be able to carry it through. Hold your position at all times. How pro. All right, I get a chance here to sit down with race winner Victor Sheldon. Slasher, this is always a fun chance to get to chop it up with you because we can talk about a lot of things. First of all, congrats on the race win. That's got to feel good to kickstart the season like that with pocketing a win here at this really what has become one of the premier racing facilities anywhere in the country, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely. They've done a phenomenal job out here with Ty Katie and Eric putting together some really fun courses. It was really enjoyable, to race, one of the legends of the sport, Tinker, and just see the tactics he was, doing and learning from him. He's a legend in our sport for sure.
You guys have been doing battle for a long time at various courses, and he's also raced some of your events. But let's talk about this race first. You guys were 1, 2, 3 there for most of the first part of the 2 laps. I see a little scab starting to form on your elbow there. Looks like you might have had to sample some dirt. How did that last race play out?
I did a Tadej Pogačar today. Totally slid out in a big berm, went down pretty hard, got my side, elbow, hand.
We were talking about that earlier in the race because Friday conditions much different than today. Friday, tacky, Velcro-ish field because of the rain that came in overnight. Over the past 48 hours, the course had a chance to dry out, so it loosened that top layer of dirt.
Yeah, there was about probably maybe 20% of primo dirt for us, and then 80% of like pretty slick. So you had to really use your skills and read the terrain really well because it was really slick, like maybe more slick than it was before it even rained.
Which can be hard to do when you're following the pace of Tinker and Pete and things like that and just trying to stay within your own abilities like that. Talk to that, too, as well. The changing of terrain here. This place has, virtually everything. We've got fast, flowy single track. We've got punchy climbs. We've got sustained climbs. They've done a great job at really being able to make a course, multiple types of courses that fit the scope of what we're trying to pull out of a good challenging course, right?
Oh yeah, as far as for a mountain bike course, especially a cross country mountain bike course, it's amazing. It's something that I like. I like the direction of the XC racing. Jumps, berms. Features, making it really spectator friendly. I think it's really going to help between the youth in our sport and making really fun courses exciting to watch is going to really help our sport kind of grow to that next level. And out here, Vail, I know Eric's a really good friend of mine. I know he came out to Barona Oaks when we were out there, and he got kind of inspired of what we had going on out there. Barona Oaks for us was something to do for during COVID, so we could put on races. We didn't have to go to any state parks or whatnot and get people out on their bikes.
You talk about what goes into building the course, and nobody would know better than you, my friend, who I give you much props for the hard work that you do. You're not only a fantastic racer and accomplished nationally and worldwide, but also you're a big-time race promoter. Quick and Dirty has become one of the biggest things going anywhere in California in terms of, you call it grassroots racing. I'll put it up there on the level with anybody else that anybody's doing out there. But you got your first big race of the season coming up here, Sagebrush Safari, in just a couple of weeks. I know you've been out there working hard and building some amazing trails out there. Let's talk about that. Tell us what to expect and tell us what folks can look forward to when they sign up to come race Sagebrush.
Sagebrush has been around since 1987. Ty Katie, Tom Spiegel, most everybody has been to the Sagebrush Safari one time.
It was the thing back in the day. It was the pinnacle of the sport.
It was. It's still making like memories, today, since 1987. This year we're kind of bringing back the old school way of doing things, going back. We've changed the course a lot. The course I think is better than it's ever been. In its whole living. But we're also bringing a spaghetti dinner on Saturday night, sprint race, just trying to build that really, the camping part of Sagebrush Safari and bring that back to like life. That's why we're doing it on a Sunday. The race is actually on a Sunday, so people can come out on a Saturday and camp out, hang out, kids racing. The place out there. I personally have fell in love with it. I hope that more people do. I'd like to see it, survive. So we're begging for racers to come out and enjoy this beautiful scene.
Well, I think people should heed that call because it's an ideal place to not only just go and race your bike with the great trails and the variety of terrain. It's scenically beautiful, and it has an absolutely perfect camping environment out there. We have the ideal place to bring the family out. Everybody can race. Everybody can hang out. You get your day done on Sunday, and you're back home by Sunday evening because it's not that far out of town. It's an ideal spot.
You know, from right here in Temecula, it's an hour and a half. You know, I mean, it's pretty close. You know, San Diego, it's closer. I mean, even Orange County, it's a 2-hour drive. It's not too bad. I mean, if you want to camp out, we have food out there. You know, I mean, it's a beautiful facility. You know, Ty's been out there. You know, I do want to say, is talking about racers and promoters really quick, Jim. You know, I want to give it up to Ty for, you know, just making this next step, you know, from being a really fast mountain bike racer into promoting races, you know, and you know, I feel like I'm a grassroots promoter, you know, right here in San Diego County. That's what I want to do, is build our community of cycling, where Ty's kind of doing it even on a higher level with, you know, traveling a lot more, and putting on his 2 races. So, yeah, I'm really stoked to see Ty out, you know, rolling up his sleeves and, you know, getting busy.
Well, I know probably more than others the work that has to go in behind the scenes in order to pull off these events. You're not just talking permitting and making sure your EMTs are in the right spot and the course is marked correctly. There is just so many millions of little tasks that go on just to get to the point of where you're firing the gun and sending people off the line. So, yeah, all the race all the people that you're talking about are just fantastic. Ty, chief among them. He was referred to as the Michael Jordan of race promoting, and I'm not going to dispute that at all. You know, certainly up there on the Mount Rushmore. Give us your perspective too, Victor, on just the growth of the sport. We've seen massive fields in the younger groups and the teenagers. That we give NICA a big tip of the cap for that, and you as the grassroots promoters that's bringing it all together. How do we bridge that gap and keep these kids, when they get into their early 20s, still out there racing their bike? What's the secret sauce there, brother?
You know, I personally feel like the sauce is you know, having local racing. You know, having them have something to go from here. You know, or from Team Big Bear. You know, or from high school racing. You know. I think if we can take 10% of those, you know, kids and keep them racing, I mean, I have a strong belief that they will stick with racing for a long, long time. You know, 80% of them. You know, that's what I hope to see if we have racing in our local communities. That's why to come out and support our local racing. You know, I mean, it goes from local racing, you know, on.
Yeah. Sagebrush. We talk about Sagebrush, Quick and Dirty coming up, but then Quick and Dirty's got a full season after that. Talk about that local racing. What's next after Sagebrush? How does Quick and Dirty keep waving that flag?
Yeah, so we have our summer series, and that's I think that's the one I love the most, and I think you do as well. You know, we don't lose our weekends. You know, we're able to race on a Thursday, you know, afternoon, and our community has really grown from that. As you can tell, you know, we get you know, in our venue, we can get a lot of people hanging around, checking it out, you know, making connections, you know, finding new people to ride with, you know, and that's where our kids racing is really big, between, you know, the young kids from, you know, 5 to 11, from all the way to 12 to, you know, 18.
How proud do you feel to see a couple of kids, names I'm going to throw out, doing as well as they did? How about Raulito Gutierrez, Mason Salazar, the Elkins bros here? How proud are you to see Landon Dendy? How proud are you to see those kids just doing well, getting up on the podium at a big race like this?
I actually got teared up when I was watching it on TV yesterday, which, you know, these guys, Austin and his crew, has done a phenomenal job with the footage. You know, I mean, it was so cool to watch, you know, those kids racing, you know, on YouTube yesterday. Like, I literally was just, I usually do yard work or do something, and I was glued to the TV for that, you know, for all those races, from the U23s to the pros to the women. You know, it was pretty cool. And then to see Raulito and Landon just mixing it up, it was badass.
You and I were sending texts back and forth, and I was actually out on a picnic with my lady, and I'm like, hang on, I got to watch the finish of this race. I brought up my phone, dialed into the live coverage on InsiderMTB.com, and watched Raulita take that big win. So that's just great, man, and that just shows what the importance of the grassroots racing. Get them involved in their local communities when they're younger and be able to teach them the skills and the interest and the fun.
It was funny. I was texting Spencer yesterday because he was calling Landon the wrong name, and I'm like, hey, Spencer, like it's Landon, not I don't know if the name he was calling Landon, but I was like, no, it's Landon. He's like, oh shit, thanks, man.
Well, we got podiums coming up for your category here in just about 15 minutes, brother. I know you're going to want to maybe are you super pro? You're going to put on the clean jersey, or do you have the podium gear ready to go?
I'm running my dirty kit right now with the blood stains on it and everything. So, yeah, I'm not that factory. I'm not that pro. But that was I want to give it up to all the guys. Super fun race. I'm kind of dizzy. A lot of turns out there. But yeah, Pete Thule, the local racer too, was given some me and Tinker a little bit of heat. So it was really, really fun racing.
Right on. Keep it up. I know this. I think this is going to be a benchmark for a great season for you personally, and I can't looking very much forward to being part of the Quick and Dirty all year long, man. Let's make it happen.
Well, Jim, you are the voice of Quick and Dirty, and I really appreciate you allowing me to talk about Quick and Dirty up here, and Ty being supportive of our racing and Tom Spiegel. So. Yeah,
we got to get Ty out there to race with us. I think we got to get him to pin it on and come out and race with us.
I think Ty's got promoter. He got his promoter pants on right for the next couple of years. I think so. We probably won't see him racing mountain bikes for a little while.
Boy can dream. We'll see.
But he can go fast downhill, so it'll come back really quick for him.
Right on, man. Good luck the rest of the season. Good luck with everything with Quick and Dirty, and thanks for breaking the tape here with us in your category. We'll see you on the podium.
Are we doing the podiums right now?
12:30, man. About 13 minutes.
Ah, sweet. Podiums.
You heard it, folks. We're inside 15 minutes. This is your call, gentlemen.
I didn't know this was going out. I thought this was like for online. Yeah, no, it's going online, yeah.
It looks like we got a winner to call out in the Cat 3 men's 19 to 29. How about Nicholas DiPaolo? Young Nicholas taking the win there. Nice job, young man. Yeah, Nicholas breaking the tape there on all of our Cat 3 racers. So he's done and dusted, and his dad is also racing with him out there. Dad's obviously in the older category, but great way to spend some quality father-son time, both pinning on a number and getting out and getting racing. As we are winding down our day, we got the finish up of all these Cat 3 races. We got the podiums for our Cat 1 and Cat 2s. And then we'll do our podiums for the Cat 3, and that'll put a bow on just 3 fantastic days of racing. We got the Bluebird Day of them here today. This is just spectacular conditions to play bikes in. And once again, a big thanks to the hard-working crew behind the scenes, the course setup, and soon to come, the course takedown. All the dirty work, course marking, all those course markings being picked up. There's so much that goes on behind the scenes of a race that I don't think most people appreciate, and it takes an army to get it all done, and we work with the best in the biz here. Grateful to be doing so, and all the hard-working crew and the great equipment that Insider MTB was able to pull together to give you this live, free broadcast of this weekend's racing action. 10 minutes away from our podiums for all of our Cat 1 and Cat 2 men's. 10 minutes. Yeah, that father-son duo, DePaulo's, Nick and Nicholas, both taking the win today. So I'm calling it now. Nice dinner tonight at the DePaulo house. Maybe we go out and have a nice little party after that. Well done, fellas. I'd like to thank again, too, our officials who have been working with us all 3 days this weekend. UCI, USA Cycling officials. Those folks doing the hard job of keeping everything correct and in line and in order on time. Doing a great job doing it, so much appreciation for their hard work and effort standing out here all weekend long in the dirt with us. Big thanks to the UCI and USA Cycling officials. This is a 5-minute call to podiums for all of our men's Cat 1, Cat 2 races. 5-minute call. We're doing that straight up 12:30. Hey, how about that? A P1 for Chase Nielsen. Taking home the win in the 15 to 18 category. All right, final call for all of our Cat 1, Cat 2 men. Report to the podium area. We're going to dispense with that here in just about 2 minutes. Okay.
Test.
Not yet. Not yet. All right, we're just about ready to get the final results in our hot little hands, and we'll call us out some, get your moment of glory atop the Orange Seal Pro Cup podium. Thanks, everybody, for coming out and playing bikes with us all 3 days this weekend. It's just been so much fun feeling the vibe and watching everybody come in here and give it their all out on the race course. Doesn't matter where you finished, doesn't matter if you finished. We're just glad that you came and that you pinned on the number and took the challenge. So thank you so very much. If you had a good time, how could you not? Tell your friends. Get them introduced to the sport. Doesn't matter what kind of bike they got. You don't need no special aero socks. You just need to come out here and want to have some fun, challenging themselves, racing bikes in a fun, family, safe environment, and doing so with good health and excitement in mind. So thanks, everybody. We appreciate you being part of our well-run event here, and we hope to see you out again real soon as our Cat 3 racers are finishing up just the last few races of the day. And we're going to get to our podiums here for our Cat 1 and 2 men's here in just a hot second.
Might have to go off your phone.
Okay. All right, last and final call to podiums for all of our men, Cat 1 and Cat 2. We are ready to step you up. We're going to make our way over to the podium there, get those results and awards ready for you. Before we get to all that, Category 3 racer number 453, Danny Richards. Danny Richards, can you come see USA Cycling officials here at the podium? Or I'm sorry, at the start-finish line.
Or if anybody knows him, we haven't seen him come through.
Or if anybody knows him, family, friends that might know him, we're just making sure he's checked in and is not still out on course somewhere. Easier. Ty, how we doing over there? We good? I got a thumbs up. Volume's good. We're ready to rock? All right, let's do it, folks. Thanks again, everybody, for coming. This will be our podiums for all of our Cat 1 and Cat 2 men's racers today. And we're going to start out with our Cat 1 boys, 15 to 16. Cat 1 boys, 15 to 16. Top 3 on the box looks like this. In third place, racing for Ruler Devo, Lucas Kirsch. In second place, racing for SCV MTB, Miles Pronte. And your winner Cat 1 boys, 15 to 16, racing for ruler. How about Tommy Rowley? Very nicely done, fellas. Once again, your top three in the men's Cat 1 boys, 15 to 16. Lucas, Miles, and Tommy. All right, moving up an age chunk. Cat 1 men, 17 to 18, in third place. Racing for that powerhouse Donovan Racing team. How about Jack Billowitz? In second place, racing for Team Booger, Ezra Brown. And your winner among the Cat 1 men, 17 to 18, also racing for Donovan Racing. Give it up for Emery Huzar. Nice job, fellas. Jack, Ezra, and Emery, your top three men, Cat 1, 17 to 18. All right, let's move up an age group chunk. Cat 1, men 19 to 29. Men 19 to 29. Top three on the box. In third place, racing for himself, Benjamin Thomas Young. Give it up for Ben Young. In second place, racing for Giant Southwest Development, Aiden Sturgis Melby. And your winner, Cat 1 men 19 to 29. Give it up for Nathan Fedenu. Pro move there, bringing the bike up to the podium. That's a pro move. Once again, top three, Ben, Aiden, and Nathan. Your Cat 1 men 19 to 29 podium. All right, moving up, Cat 1, men 30 to 39. Men 30 to 39. In third place, Brentley Rousset. Brentley racing for Los Coyotes. In second place, racing for Specialized Carbs Fuel. How about Nick Dinapoli? And your winner among the men, Cat 1, 30 to 39. Big round of applause for Ricky Jensen. Once again, top three, men's Cat 1, 30 to 39. Brentley Rousset, Nick Dinapoli, and Ricky Jensen. All right, moving up, men 40 to 49. Top three on the box. Looks like this. In third place, racing for MTB, Jared Paulson. In second place, Kevin Bradford Parrish. And your winner, your current national champion and now Orange Seal Pro Cup champion, give it up for Brian McCulloch. Once again, your top three, Jared Paulson, Kevin Bradford Parrish, and BMC, Brian McCulloch. Hey, Brian, I have it on good authority that you may hear a little chirping when you get home about not getting clipped in at the start there. I hear the youngest member of your household might have something to say about that when you get home. So just a word to the wise, brother. How about it? This was one of the best races that played out all weekend long. This is our Cat 1 men 50 to 59, top 3. In third place, racing for Davis Finney, AB Airbags, Pistol Pito. In second place, Hall of Famer, give it up for Tinker Juarez. And your winner among the men, Cat 1, 50 to 59. How about it? The Slasher, Victor Sheldon. All three of these guys know their way around a podium. They've been climbing up and down them for years. Once again, top 3, Cat 1 men 50 to 59. Pete Thole, Tinker Juarez, and Victor Sheldon. All right, how about Cat 1 men 60 to 69? Top 2. I love it. Well done, guys. How about second place? Racing for Mad Dog Racing Hammer, Tony Dar. And your winner, Cat 1 men 60 to 69. How about Yuri Kosnick? Nice job, Yuri. Well done, buddy. Congrats. How about the 70-plussers? Let's just give it up to the 70-plussers for being out here, let alone racing as hard as they did. We got top 3 on the box for our 70-plus category, Cat 1. In third place, racing for Giant Las Vegas, Gary Strabala. In second place, racing for the bike shop, Stan Ford. And your winner, men's Cat 170 plus. How about Joey Ruffino? By the way, Joey, keep it up, man. Great job, Joey Ruffino. You're 70 plus champion here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup. All right, looks like our next batch is our junior boys. Junior boys 13 and 14. Junior boys 13, 14. In third place, racing for Delta Development, Eddie Silva. In second place, racing for Team Booger, Isaac Sproul. And your winner among the junior boys 13 to 14, Kerr Racing and Next Level Coaching's Braden Kerr. Getting that bike set up for that photo, so important. Pedals got to be the right way. Socks got to be pulled up. Top 3 junior boys, 13 to 14. Eddie Silva, Isaac Sproul, and Braden Kerr. Nice job, fellas. How about now our Cat 2 boys? Cat 2, 15 to 16. Category 2, top 3. In third place, racing for Maybird Race Psych, Josh Potter. In second place, racing for Tribe, Noah Biggerstaff. And your winner among the Cat 2 boys, 15 to 16, racing for Excel, Clayton Morrill. Nice job, young men. Josh, Noah, and Clayton, your top 3. Cat 2 boys, 15 to 16. All right, how about it? 17 to 18, category 2, 17 to 18 in third place. Racing for KBP Coaching, Carson Morris. In second place, racing for 7-9 Racing, Elliot Tippett. And your winner for Cat 2 men 17 to 18, racing for Excel Cycling, Patrick Senker. Nice job, young men. How about it? Morris, Elliott, and Patrick, your top 3. Category 2, men 17 to 18. All right, moving up an age group chunk. Cat 2 men 19 to 29. Top 3 on the box looks like this in third place. Racing for Athletes Lab, Matthew Holiday. In second place, Raymond Oliva. And your winner, Cat 2 men 19 to 29. Give it up for Rio Hawkins. Once again, your top 3, Cat 2 men 19 to 29. Matthew, Raymond, and Rio. All right, now Cat 2 men 40 to 49. Cat 2 men 40 to 49. Top 3 on the box looks like this in third place, racing for 7-9 Racing, Kyle Tippett. In second place, racing for Great Oak Wolfpack Development, Jared Deerkin. And your winner among the Cat 2 men 40 to 49, racing for Team Booger, Alden Kroll. Top 3, once again, Kyle, Jarrett, and Alden. Cat 2 men, 40 to 49. Alden, you still here, buddy? See somebody running off in the distance. Yeah, man, come on, get it. Get your moment of glory. Can't overlook a Team Booger rider. They've been out here all weekend just crushing it. Kyle, Jarrett, and Alden, your top three. Cat 2 men, 40 to 49 here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup. All right, let's go up an age group chunk here. Cat 2 men, 50 to 59. Here's a team that I want to go to their end-of-year season party. Racing for Team Lazy Tarantulas. How about Andy Laritz? In second place, the self-sponsored William Patton. And your winner, Cat 2 men, 50 to 59, racing for Unsponsored Rider LLC. How about Jess Kurashki? Andy, William, and Jess, your top three. Cat 2 men, 50 to 59. All right, how about 60 to 69 Cat 2? And this, much like the 70 plus, this is proof that sometimes half of life is just showing up. There was one man in the category. He finished. He wins it. He races for San Jose Bike Club. Give it up for Alan Wolshiski. Great job, Alan. Well done, buddy. Well deserved. Well earned. Now, how about our 70-plussers? 70-plus, Cat 2 men. Once again, one-person category. He finished. He wins it. He races for the Bike Palace in San Pedro, California. Give it up for James Riley. Nice job, James. Well done. And do we have all of our Cat 3 podiums right there? Can we just roll right into that, Ty? You good with that? All of our Cat 3 guys here? We don't have to wait around about 1:15 if y'all are here. Should we just get to it? All right, let's have at it. Hey, Cat 3s, love you. Thank you for coming. The fields were not big enough in the Cat 3s, though, okay? Bring your buddies. Bring your friends next time. Loan them a bike if you have to, but get them out here. Let's grow this Cat 3 field. Make it as big as some of the others we've had out here all weekend long. We're going to start with our Cat 3 men, 15 to 18. Top two on the box. In second place, racing for Titan Cycling, Aiden Murphy. And your winner, Cat 3 men, 15 to 18, racing for SL Cycling. Give it up for Chase Nielsen. How about it? Aiden Murphy and Chase Nielsen, your podium. Cat 3 men, 15 to 18. Great job, fellas. All right, let's go now. Cat 3 men, 19 to 29. A one-dude category. He finished. He wins it. Racing for Digital Asset Coaching, Nicholas DiPaolo. Great job, Nick. Well done, young man. All right, moving up an age group chunk. Another one-man category. Cat 3 men, 30 to 39. He's your champion. Top step of the box for Jonathan Tees. Jonathan here. There he is. Right away, buddy. Well done. All right, last but not least, our Cat 3 men 50 to 59. Another one-man category. You finish it, you win it. How about digital assets coaching? Nick DiPaolo. I'm thinking there's a big-time party at the DiPaolo house tonight, man. Let's do it. How about it? Well done, father and son, both taking top step. Congratulations, Nick and Nicholas. Nick is your champion in the Cat 3 men 50 to 59 category. Folks, I think that puts a bow on all of our great coverage here all weekend long. It's been an absolute pleasure to sit here and talk about it with you and show it off to you. Thank you so much to InsiderMTB.com for putting out great equipment, putting cameras all over this course. There was virtually no meter left of this course uncovered by our cameras. We showed you the hottest racing action anywhere in the cycling world all weekend long, and grateful to be able to get to do it. Make sure to tune in all year long for the best action. You can also go there for some of the great podcasts that they do and covering the course, covering the sport, as well as anybody else out there, if not much, much better. All coming to you live and free. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to our hardworking crew here at Vailocity Bike Park and Orange Seal Pro Cup, putting on an absolutely legendary race today. We've got much, much more to come throughout this year. Round 2 coming up in just a couple of weeks from Fayetteville, Arkansas. Be sure to tune in and check that out. Folks, thanks so much for coming and racing bikes with us. We'll see you out on the trail.